Welcome everyone to the monthly meeting of the Knox County Planning Commission. I'm Tim Hill, Chair of the Planning Commission, and I'll be conducting today's meeting. Assisting me today is Strategic Planning and Communications Manager for Knox County Planning, Allie Ketron, and Planning Commission Attorney, Tasha Blakeney. I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll now ask Mr. DeArmond to call the roll.
Commissioner Huber?
Here.
Commissioner Browning is absent. Commissioner Levinson?
Here.
Commissioner Boyer is also absent. Commissioner Barger?
Here.
Commissioner Overton?
Here.
Commissioner Perez?
Here.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Higgins?
Here.
Commissioner Biggs?
Here.
Commissioner Daly?
Here.
Commissioner Gill?
Here.
Commissioner Midas?
Here.
Commissioner Adams?
Here.
Commissioner Hill?
Here.
It's 13 present, sir.
Thank you, Mr. DeArmond. Participating today are planning commissioners, as well as planning staff and various representatives of city and county agencies. The planning commissioners are citizens from the city and county who have been appointed by either the city mayor or county mayor. We receive no salary and volunteer our time as a service to the community. Now a word about how discussion will take place. After each item is called, I'll read the staff's recommendation. On certain items, I'll call on staff to comment. At this time, the applicant may address the commission or defer his or her opening remarks and allow any opposition to speak first. The applicant and those in support of the applicant will be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. I'll then ask for other comments from the floor. The opposition will also be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. If either side wishes to have an opportunity for rebuttal, you'll need to reserve time from your allotted 5 minutes. Applicants and citizens who register to participate and are attending the meeting in person will be asked to come to the podium and share their name and address for the record where their item is heard. Those who have registered to speak online do not need to sign in at the podium. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item and have not registered to do so in advance, please raise your hand when the item is read into the record. I'll then indicate when it's time for you to speak, and you can approach the podium at that time. You'll be asked to sign in at the podium as well as state your name and address for the record. If the Planning Commission decision on that item is appealed and we need to notify you, we cannot do so without your name and address. The Planning Commission may grant additional time for presentation of information. Speakers should limit their remarks to the facts of the case and should avoid repeating comments that have been previously presented to the Planning Commission. Because of the number of items that we have before us, groups in favor or opposed to an item have been asked to appoint a spokesperson to represent them. I hope all of you have reviewed the agenda package. In addition to the agenda, there's information on the website related to how today's meeting will be conducted, as well as correspondence on individual cases. Many of the items we vote on require further action by the City Council or County Commission. For matters that are forwarded to City Council for final action, the applicant or their representative should be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered. For matters forwarded to County Commission for final action, particularly rezoning requests, the applicant or their representative must, and I repeat, must be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered, or the case will, at minimum, be postponed. Applicants will be notified of the meeting date. If you have any questions regarding the meeting date or process, you may contact planning staff. Today's meeting will be conducted in order of the agenda. Please stand as you are able as Vice Chair Huber leads us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father, bless this community. Help to ensure the decisions made this afternoon are fair, legal, and in the best interest of the total community. As always, keep us mindful of the needs of others, especially those who are in sorrow, need, sickness, or any other adversity. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
Next on the agenda are the postponement and withdrawal list. Under automatic postponements, we have item 8, final plat of Eli Corum, subdivision lot 4A-1 and 5A-1. Item 25, Damon Falconeer. Item 28, Stuart Anderson. Item 58, Cooper Meadows Lane. Item 59, The Ridge at Neal's Landing. Under automatic withdrawals, I have item 6, City of Knoxville Tree Board. Item 21, Homestead Land Holdings. Item 22, 962 North Gallagher View Subdivision. Item 36, Knox County Engineering and Public Works. The following items will be voted on, and we will start with the 30-day postponements. Item 20, Pleasant Village Subdivision. Item 23, Car Connection Complete Auto Repair. Item 38, Masana Investments, LLC. Item 39, David Harbin. Item 44, Masana Investments, LLC. Item 53, Masana Investments, LLC. Item 54, The Farm at Beaver Ridge. Item 55, Tipton Station Subdivision. Item 61, 8014 Asheville Highway. Item 66, Doug Justice Jelly Bean Properties, LLC. Item 72, Tommy Hunt. Are there any other items or any requests for postponement?
Request to add?
If you'll come to the podium, please, state your name and address.
Yeah, it's Brad Bassett with Calvary Chapel, Knoxville, and it's 3330 West Governor John Sevier Highway. And request to add agenda item 24A and B.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other requests for postponement? And that was a 30-day postponement?
say a 30-day.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Was 11I 24 RZ?
Yes.
Okay.
I see Mr. Greider in the audience who had indicated to me that there may be a postponement. Is that? 90 days. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we'll get to you in just a second.
Can we get a clarification from on item number 24, if he is seeking the 30-day postponement only as to 24A, or if he wants it for the special use to A and B?
Okay, all right.
He said
A and B? Okay, A and B, yes.
We were not clear at this point.
Okay. So we will add 24 to the 30-day postponement list. Can I, Chair will entertain a motion
Motion to postpone, to approve that postponement list
with the added 24?
with the added
Okay,
24.
All
Yes.
right, and for 30 days, thank you. Okay. And we got a second by Commissioner Barger, is that right? Okay. You get that, Mr. DeArmond? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We have no 60-day postponements and no 90-day, we do have one, yes, we do. Item 70, under 90-day postponements, Don Epperly, JDK Properties. Do we have any other requests for postponement? We have a motion by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Adams. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll now move on to withdrawals. Item 12, Homestead Land Holdings, LLC. Item 37, Homestead Land Holdings, LLC. Any requests to withdraw an item? Chair will entertain a motion. We have a motion by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Adams. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, withdrawals from the table. We have Millertown Villas. Chair will entertain a motion. We have a motion by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Perez. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the consent list, which is comprised of items marked with a C. These items are considered non-controversial and are voted on all at once in order to save time. Items are listed in order they appear on the agenda. Please listen carefully. Once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. Make sure everybody understands that. We have folks stay here the whole meeting and not realizing that. So once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. I'll now read the consent list and then give an opportunity for others to pull off consent if requested. Item 2, approval of November 14, 2024 agenda. Item 3, approval of October 3, 2024 minutes. Item 10, Rebecca Jane Justice, City of Knoxville. Item 11, Maddox Construction Company, revised. Item 13, Sharon Thurner. Item 17, Tim Graham. Item 26, Commercial Redevelopment LLC. Item 27, Damon Falconeer. Item 31, Final Plat of Belltown, Phase 1, Unit 5. Item 32, Final Plat of Spring Lake Farm Subdivision, Unit 2. Item 33, Final Plat of the Villas at Rogers Farm, Phase 2, and the re-subdivision of Lot 46 of the Villas at Rogers Farm, Phase 1. Item 34, Final Plat of Harvest Meadow, Unit 1. Item 40, Terry and Wilma C. Gaylor. Item 41, Teresa Holly. Item 43, Humberto Rodriguez. Item 45, Charles Daniel Paget. Item 49, Solway Park Properties LLC. Item 51, Ferris Mishu. Item 57, Harvey Lane Subdivision. Item 65, Magnolia Wood. Item 67, Edelmary Martinez. Item 68, Gregory D. Item 69, Industrial Development Board of the County of Knox. Item 71, Clint Patterson, Sterling Development, LLC. Item 73, Belltown. Are there any requests to remove an item from the consent list? If you'll approach the podium, please. State your name and address.
I'm William Daniels, 1677 Botsford Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37922. We would like 45 removed from consent. We have some questions regarding where the water's going to go from this, and honestly, we haven't seen anything about this until just a few days ago.
All right. Item 45 to be,
Do I need to sign this?
I don't need to.
If you're going to speak on the matter, you should go ahead and sign it.
Okay, thank you.
Ronnie Collins, 4606 Washington Pike. I'm asking for item 26. I'd like to have a discussion about that when it comes up.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Any other requests? All right, so we have two items requested to be removed from the consent list, item 26 and item 45. Chair will entertain a motion. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Daly, to approve the consent list and removing item 26 and 45. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. First item on the agenda is item number 5. The staff recommendation is planning recommends approval of the amendment to the City of Knoxville zoning code, Article 12, landscape, Table 12-2, buffer yard requirements, which eliminates the requirement for a residential use in a non-residential district to install a Class B buffer when it abuts a residential district. Planning recommends denial of all other proposed amendments. And Ms. Hillman, would you like to add anything to this matter?
There had been an additional recommendation originally to amend a purpose statement regarding buffer zones and zoning districts. That was removed from the recommendation in this version. So what you see here is current.
Okay. All right. And I think we have a few community folks that would like to speak. The applicant was R. Bentley Marlowe. Mr. Marlowe, would you like to speak or defer?
Defer, please.
Okay. So we'll move on to Ms. Feld. Is Ms. Joyce Feld here? Oh, there she is.
Good afternoon. My name is Joyce Feld. I live at 1540 Aguila Avenue, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919, and I'm here as president of Scenic Knoxville. Prompted by the recently completed Urban Forest Master Plan, the City Tree Board, this is weird, the City Tree Board, the local chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects, and the city's Urban Forestry Division are conducting a thorough review of the landscaping ordinance and the tree protection ordinance. They have solicited input from involved members of the community and organizations like Scenic Knoxville. The final proposal will be vetted by the public, the Planning Commission, and City Council. For this reason, Scenic Knoxville is not in favor of a piecemeal approach to making changes to Article 12. We suggest that Mr. Bentley submit his suggestions for consideration by the committee that has already been reviewing this ordinance for several months. We agree with Planning Commission staff and Plans Review and Inspections that the majority of the amendments proposed today be denied. Planning staff is recommending approval of the amendment which eliminates the requirement for a residential use in a non-residential district to install a Class B buffer when it abuts a residential district. We recommend adoption of this amendment only if the residential use in a non-residential district is a single story. Buffers provide privacy for single-family homeowners who want to use their backyard for recreational purposes as well as other purposes. No one wants to hold a family barbecue in their backyard with dozens of residents of an adjacent multi-story residence peering down on them. Landscaping does not just beautify our city, although that's an important function. Landscaping blocks noise, lights, and other nuisances. Trees and shrubs play a major role in mitigating the negative and harmful effects of accelerating climate change. Landscaping improves air quality. It reduces flooding. It curtails erosion and improves water quality. By providing shade and cooling the ambient temperature, it reduces the urban heat island effect. Shade reduces residents' air conditioning costs and makes walkability possible. Without shade, there is no walkability in the sweltering summer. Couple this with the fact that we're nearing the end of the hottest year on record. Living near green space enhances people's mental health and well-being. People of all income levels, no matter where they live, deserve the benefits that nearby landscaping provides. Landscaping creates healthier and more equitable cities. The Urban Forest Master Plan is a major initiative to plant more trees on both public and private property. Increased planting on private property is of particular importance in this plan. There's only so much public property where you can plant trees. Just one of the many goals of this effort is to have 4 native shade trees visible from every window. Reducing the standards for buffer yards would thwart this effort and be a step backwards. We should be looking for more places to plant trees and not fewer. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Feld. Mr. Marlowe?
Bentley Marlowe, 322 Douglas Avenue, 37921. So this started over a year ago. I tabled it to allow the Trees Knoxville study to go forward. In fact, multiple times I've reached out to Ms. Feld and asked her to talk to me and collaborate about this. She's never put forth any effort to talk to me or include me. What you see today is mostly written by Commissioner Higgins. I just started with an idea that was creating problems in some of the projects that I and others had been working on. Mr. Higgins saw the problem as well from some of the projects he works on, and then went and rewrote the entire thing to actually make it far better. And I think I don't have all the answers. I'm sure nobody has all the answers. I'm not waging a war on trees or plants. In fact, I spend quite a bit of effort and money planting native plants and trees and on most of my projects. But being forced to, on a small or narrow lot, to carve out a fixed amount of space will sometimes mean that a lot just goes undeveloped. And when we're facing a housing crisis like we are, I think we need to be looking at how we can maximize every space, every parcel that we have. And then sometimes that means that maybe we're going to need a taller, skinnier, townhome development on a narrow lot, which doesn't lend itself for very many places for plantings. But if we have this buffer yard requirement, then you just can't build anything, or maybe all you get is a single-family home. And I think that in light of looking at the facts of the housing market, we need to be encouraging more density. In fact, the city has roughly half the density it was 50 years ago, and that's easily apparent by comparing the census data from 1970 to 2020. The population of the city is about the same, but the area of the city doubled. So that means our density is roughly half. In fact, there's historical studies on the planning's website that shows that our density is roughly half what it was in 1970. So we need to be looking at how we can better use our space. And I personally, while I love trees and I backpack and I'm an avid hiker and adventurous, spent most of the summer or a month or so hiking around in Alaska, I would think that reasonable people would value people in housing rather than under trees. So I think we need to think about land use, and that's what this body's tasked with. We've got places for trees, but I think we need to make sure that we have enough housing for the people that live here. So I would just urge you to debate and talk about this, and if we need to postpone it, to incorporate it or view it at the same time as the proposal coming from, I don't know if it's from the administration or from Trees Knoxville. I thought they were both on the same agenda, but I guess one got moved or something. Then I'm not opposed to postponing this. I just think that we need to have this discussion, and it needs to include voices from those of us that are building and working on some of these challenging lots, because that's sort of what we as a city have said that we want. We want to put density back. We want to densify the city. That's what the whole Opticos report and the missing middle, that's all aiming in that direction. And I think it's short-sighted not to think about including some of these smaller commercial lots that by right could have density, but are struggling because their size, the lot size next to other residential. But if it's used for residential, I don't understand why we need to screen from one use to the next if it's residential to residential. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. Commission? Comments? Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. I guess I'll speak since, as Mr. Marlowe pointed out, a lot of what is written was eventually written by myself. So over a year ago when this first came to us and I read through the proposal, I definitely recognized a lot of the issues that Mr. Marlowe was hoping to fix with his proposal. And what I wanted to do was take an approach of tying that in a little bit more with the existing code and the language that was in the existing code and kind of building off of that. So the proposal that I made, it was never sent out because of the tabling. We never got to that point. But the proposed revision that I wrote was really trying to take a look at the problems that, as pointed out, that you see on narrow lots in the city. And the biggest instances that I've seen this come into play is not the big suburban lots that, are half an acre or so. This is the infill lots and the smaller lots that, maybe 50 feet wide and need to do a 10 to 20 foot buffer. So, I agree that we need to require plantings, we need to require trees, and we should be building landscape buffers. A lot of what I pointed out was things that are already in there. For example, there's currently a reduction in the width of the buffer if you have a fence, and I think the proposed number on that was maybe increasing that number by 10%. I think that staff, I'm not going to try to argue for any of one of those things, but I do think that the most important aspect of that is what staff identified, and that is the use-based or the zone-based requirement. I've seen a number of projects where, and we had one a couple years ago, there was a rezoning in Bearden that it's a 50-foot wide lot, and someone was building a house on it, but because it was zoned CN, they were going to have to put a 20-foot buffer yard next to the house next door, between them and that house. So they were having to come here and rezone it or go get a variance. And I've seen instances where a 2-story single-family house was built next to another single-family house, and in order to allow that, because the single-family house that was being built was in a commercial or industrial zone, buffer yard is required. And I think that that's an undue burden, and so I completely agree with staff that that is something that maybe was overlooked in the original writing, and I can name a number of instances where I think that has been problematic. So, I'll not going to make a motion or anything, but happy to hear the discussion and thoughts on the other elements as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Any other comments? Commissioner Midas.
I appreciate Commissioner Higgins' work on this. I think my concern is when it's RN1 adjacent to an RN5. I think that height really can be a nuisance for a single-family residence. A lot of time went into the existing zoning ordinance and deciding about whether to put these buffers in there. There's been a considerable effort for infill by the middle housing to allow this, development in these infill zones. I appreciate Ms. Feld's comments. I'm glad to hear that the community is getting organized and reviewing these things. I would support a postponement of this until something is presented before the committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Midas. Commissioner Gill.
Yes, thank you. I have, it's very early in the meeting to get onto a soapbox here, but I want to start by saying that I have no doubt that a lot of this was born out of good intentions. Mr. Marlowe is a pillar of his community, and he's trying really hard to address some substantial systematic issues with producing middle housing. I have no doubt that he felt frustrated that we're not moving quick enough in order to see that housing being built, and I respect Commissioner Higgins' work on this. I have to say, though, that I find it very troubling that we are having a single individual bring a pretty massive change to a zoning code to a commission without consideration from other stakeholders or a public process. And for that reason, I agree with Commissioner Midas that we should either postpone this or make it part of a larger public process where more than just a single developer and a single commissioner is able to weigh in, so that all these different stakeholders have the opportunity to point out where we may be blind on a particular issue. It's clear to me that this does need to change in order to support our goals. I just don't think this is the appropriate way about going.
Thank you, Commissioner Gill. Any others? Commissioner Biggs?
I agree with Commissioner Gill's comments, kind of a collective stakeholder process, I think would be preferable. I guess I empathize with Mr. Marlowe, and it sounds like he's attempted to kind of work with some of the stakeholder groups that have been putting this together and hasn't had success there. So I don't know that we as a commission have power to force a merger of conversations there, but I don't know, open to ideas of how we can I guess, ensure that some of the perspectives being brought before us are part of some of these larger stakeholder conversations. More of, I guess, an open question for the group here. How do we help encourage that as part of the conversation? It seems like it's been not included at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Biggs. And, you know, while I respect and agree primarily with all the comments, you know, there's nothing to prevent individuals or officials to bring forth something, and often it's from the area of expertise that identify a flaw maybe in our ordinance. And this is the public process, and then there's another process after this. So it's not that they're circumventing the public process. I do think we ought to be cautious about, you know, having large amounts of that activity, and it could be brought in a way ushered in where it goes through a broader process. But nonetheless, it doesn't prohibit that. So I have seen some cases where individuals brought forth good ideas and were implemented. So, all right, Vice Chair Huber.
Yeah, I too agree. I think, you know, maybe a postponement would be in order, just to try to get everybody together with Ms. Bell and Mr. Marlowe and Mr. Higgins as well as staff and anybody who wants to be with that. My question would be, how long of a postponement? I mean, I don't think 30 days would quite get us there. Would anybody be objective to 60 or is that a thought? I mean, I don't know what your 30 days, for something like this, I think it's going to take a little while to get everybody together. So I'll just make a motion to postpone for 60 days.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Levinson, to postpone for 60 days. Did I hear something? Okay. Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are on to agenda item number 7. Subdivision final plat for re-subdivision of lots 8 and 26 of the J.A. Umbarger property. The applicant developer is Bobby Smelser. Location north side of Baldwin Avenue, west of Chapman Highway. Approximate acreage, 17,903 square feet. Number of lots, 2. Zoning is RN2 and hillside protection. Variance required, variance to reduce the width of a flag stem of a flag lot from 25 feet to 20 feet. Staff recommendation, this is going to require 2 motions. Motion number 1, staff recommendation, approve the variance to reduce the width of the flag stem of a flag lot from 25 to 20 feet based on the following evidence of hardship. Item 1, the requested variance is required to provide access to landlocked parcel 109IG002. Item 2, the landlocked situation is unique to the property and it primarily arises from Dooley Street being created by Dooley Street being unpaved as described in the comments section of this report. The condition of Dooley Street was not created by anyone who has an interest in the property. Item 3, approval of this variance will not be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare because of the flag lot is near the terminus of Baldwin Avenue, a local dead-end street with no through connectivity and low volumes of traffic. So that's motion number 1. Motion number 2, approve the final plat to create 2 lots in the RN2 district. I see the applicant is present. Would you like to speak, Mr. Smelser?
Yes, sir. I acquired this property.
Mr. Smelser, if you give your name and address, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Bobby Smelser. Address is 137 Wrinkle Avenue, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37920. I acquired this property some time back, and when I got the property, I realized that I did not have access to the property. And I had tried to figure out how to do that, and I was told that I would have to basically build a city street up to the ordinance of the city street in order to get to this property. So I thought, well, that's not going to be feasible. So I talked to the gentleman next door, and we come to the conclusion, and neighbors around there, that this would be the best way to approach this. And that's why I'm asking for a 20-foot easement into the property so that I can develop that property in the future. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smelser. Commission?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion from Commissioner Barger. Don't forget to turn your microphone on, Commissioner Barger. Okay. A motion to approve the variance in motion 1 that I had previously described, and it was seconded by Vice Chair Huber. And do we see any lights? Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the final plat to create 2 lots in the RN2 district.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Barger, motion number 2 on the final plat to approve the final plat per staff recommendation, seconded by Vice Chair Huber. Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Agenda item number 9. Re-subdivision of lots 7 and 8 of W.M. McNeely Addition, formerly known as final plat of replat of a portion of lot 7 of W.M. McNeely Addition. Applicant developer is Lee Metcalf. Location west side of Citrus Street, east of Greenfield Lane. Excuse me just a moment. Yep, got you.
First one's a variance.
All right, thank you, Mr. DeArmond. Okay. Approximate acreage, 10,431 square feet, 1 lot. Zoning is RN4 and hillside protection. Variance is required. A variance requesting the subdivision plat be accepted without surveying the remainder of Lot 7. This will require 2 motions. Motion number 1, staff recommendation, approve the variance for plat approval without the benefit of a survey for the remaining portions of Lot 7, based on the following evidence of hardship. And there are 3 denoted items there. Number 1, Lot 7 of the W.M. McNeely Addition subdivision was subdivided into 2 parcels by deed in 1993. Instrument number 199307090041476. However, the resultant parcels were never recorded on a plat. The purpose of this plat is to create a lot of record for the subject property, thereby leaving the remaining portions under different ownership. Requiring both parcels to be platted would require the property owner to plat property that does not belong to them. Number 2, the current property owner gained ownership of a portion of Lot 7, parcel ID 082AD002 in 2023 by a deed with a property description dating back to 1993, instrument number 1993-0709-004-1476, to include Lot 7 in its entirety on the subject plat parcel 082AD002 and part of 082AD00301 of the original plat. Property owner would have to survey property that does not belong to them should the variance not be approved. Number 3, granting this variance is not expected to have any adverse effect on public safety, health, or welfare. Any development of the lot would be subject to all applicable requirements of the City of Knoxville's zoning ordinance and the City of Knoxville Engineering Department. Motion number 2 would be to approve the final plat for one lot in the RN4 district. I appreciate your patience, but our counselor here requires me to read all those details. There was a time that she didn't, but, all right. Let's see, is the applicant present? Do we have any opposition? And we'll send it to commission. Chair will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance for plat approval without the benefit of a survey for the remaining portions of Lot 7 based on the 3 following evidences of hardship that were read into the record.
Thank you. Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve the variance per staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. That was, the original motion was by Vice Chair Huber. Seeing no lights, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion.
Like to make a motion to approve the final plat for one lot in the RN4 district.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Higgins, to approve the final plat for one lot in the RN4 district. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 14. Applicant is Jim Hatfield. Owners are Knoxville's Community Development Corporation, location southwest side of St. Mary's Street, northeast side of Huron Street, across from its intersection with East Oak Hill Avenue. Size of tract, 3.25 acres. Present zoning is institutional. Zoning requested is RN6 multifamily residential neighborhood. Existing land use, public quasi-public land, permanently closed hospital. Staff recommendation is to approve the RN6 multifamily residential neighborhood district because it is consistent with adopted plans and compatible with surrounding development. Is the applicant present? Okay. I see Mr. Hatfield. And we also have Drew Harper signed up. Is Mr. Harper here to speak? Okay, yes, I see. Mr. Harper, okay. Mr. Hatfield, would you like to say anything?
Is it the speaker for or against?
He is for.
Okay, we'll just defer.
Okay. Mr. Harper, would you like to speak now?
My name is Drew Harper. I live at 4318 Washington Pike, number 101. That's Knoxville 37917. I am the Vice President of Yes Knoxville, an organization that promotes housing choice, transportation choice, and better community spaces. I'm here to enthusiastically support this rezoning and future constructions of homes on the St. Mary's site. The St. Mary's site is a great example of a public-private partnership development that actually works. The diversity of use types there mimics the natural, organic, incremental ways that cities have grown for thousands of years: police, fire, court, mental health care, education, green space. It's got architecture of all styles from the 1920s, not all styles, from the 1920s to the 2020s. And the missing piece, of course, is housing for people. This site is ideal for fostering a vibrant neighborhood where it's easy to walk to work, to school, to shops, restaurants, or your friend's new apartment or old apartment. Compact building patterns, particularly infill, is fiscally responsible, increasing the tax base in an area where infrastructure like roads, sidewalks, and sewers, schools are already present. It encourages walkability, which, as we know, promotes mental health benefits, physical health benefits, and social benefits. For these and many other reasons, at the start of this journey, I support the proposed rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. All right. Mr. Hatfield, would you like to speak? Nope. All right. Commission? Oh, we have,
Hi, I'm sorry, I didn't sign up properly. I just submitted questions, but may I also speak on this case?
if you'll state your name and address, please.
Yes, hi, I'm Amelia Bartlett, 1214 Ashwood Place, in Knoxville, Tennessee, 37917. I wanted to bring up a question. I'm wondering why we are not considering a mixed-use residential commercial option here, considering that we have a dense neighborhood. Our primary pedestrian pathways lead us to Broadway, which if anyone has walked down Broadway, you know, there aren't a ton of resources for shopping, for engaging with small businesses, for pharmacies or things like that. And I'm curious why we are not proposing a mixed-use, high-density residential with commercial, say, on the bottom floor. And I also noticed in the plans that there's no proposed traffic or urban design studies, given that they're just grandfathering in that this was a hospital 7 years ago. And saying that, oh, it must be fine. But I mean, the neighbors have, you know, lived for almost 7 years with a different traffic pattern. And so it just seems like this has not been given a ton of urban design consideration. And I'm wondering if there's any opportunity to open that up.
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
Mr. Hatfield?
Good afternoon. Jim Hatfield, Knoxville's Community Development Corporation, 901 North Broadway. So I appreciate those comments very much. You know, we've, over the last several years, KCDC and the City of Knoxville have held public forums to talk about this site. Particularly in 2023, there was an open house soliciting feedback for the use and the intent of the site, and there was an overwhelming feedback about housing. And the previous speaker also addressed the need for housing. And so that's what this rezoning request is here, is to move away from institutional, where we cannot do housing, and move toward a direction of being able to provide housing. We had a community meeting earlier this week, and again, we reiterated we do not have a development plan for this. KCDC will be partnering with an outside developer for this at some point in the future. Residential RN6, the zoning does allow for some limited other uses, and so we would certainly incorporate those where we can. Open spaces, you know, community spaces. That was feedback we've heard as well, and so that's the intent here. I think in early meetings initially with planning about this rezoning request, you know, I don't, and I'll allow Ms. Hillman to address that as it relates to the commercial component here, and I think given the commercial activity just down the street here and some of the new sidewalks that went in and maybe potentially additional ones, we don't believe that, we believe RN6 is the right direction to go from a rezoning perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Hatfield. Commission, let's go with Commissioner Midas.
Yeah, I would just like to discuss the historic nature of the building, the St. Mary's Hospital, and if there's been, what the plans are regarding, I know this is rezoning, but I know I do have some concerns about that building.
Sure, yeah, so our stated intent is to preserve that. That's part of the plan. And so whoever we work with from a development perspective, one of the main goals will be working on preserving that building that's remaining there.
Commissioner Higgins.
Kind of piggybacking on that question, two questions for you. One is RN6 going to allow for enough units to fill the building? Have you all run the numbers on that to see if it seems like it'll work?
Yeah, that's particularly why we kind of went with the RN6 zoning, is it, you know, provides, it's compatible with the underlying land use plan from a density standpoint. but also provides some of the flexibility from lot configurations and setbacks and so forth. So we do think that is the most appropriate zoning from a development standpoint as well.
And then, was there any consideration to add a historic overlay on it? Or are you all, are there any plans to take it to the National Registry or anything to allow for potential tax credits in the future?
Yeah, I think that certainly will be part of the conversation about putting it on the register if it qualifies for it, and also, for the purposes of generating historics tax credits from it. The overlay was not something we discussed. I don't believe it's adjacent to any historic district, so it would be kind of isolated. So I'll again defer to Ms. Hellman on that component, but KCDC is intending to work with whoever the development entity is that takes the site and works on the site. It will be certainly maintaining that building will be an important part of it.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Levinson.
I move we approve the RN6 zoning multifamily residential neighborhood district because it is consistent with adopted plans and compatible with surrounding development.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion to approve per staff recommendation, the RN6, and then we had a bevy of approvals or the second, and I guess Commissioner Higgins will be our second. And we still have more lights, I think. No, we had lights go off. Okay, so all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's see here. All right. Agenda item 15. Applicant Parker Bartholomew. Location southeast side of West Emerald Avenue, southwest of Sunrise Street. 5,547 square feet is the size of the tract. Present zoning RN2. Zoning requested RN4. Existing land use, single-family residential. Staff recommendation is to deny the RN4 General Residential Neighborhood District because it is inconsistent with the intent of the zoning ordinance. Is the applicant present? I see him before us. Mr. Bartholomew, if you'll state your name and address.
Parker Bartholomew, 5406 Summit Ridge Lane. Do we have any opposition, Chair?
Any opposition? No.
Can I bring these forward to hand out?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll divide them in half and we'll send them. There you go.
While those are getting passed around, I'll go ahead and start if that's okay.
Sure.
So I think we need to address the denial of the staff report. So the reasons for rezoning, changing conditions in the area, we are 5 parcels and 351 feet away from the $200 million Western Heights Transformation Plan. The property is also in the TDR, and with the missing middle plan, I believe this is a significant change for this area, so we would meet that criteria. Consistent with the intent and purpose of the applicable zoning, this lot is conforming with MMH. They are correct that this is a non-conforming lot, but as soon as we make it MMH, it becomes conforming. In the MMH zone, 45 feet is a conforming lot. So where in RN2, it's a 50-foot wide lot, is non-conforming. So I do think that going to MMH and on this 45-foot wide lot is exactly what the intent and purpose of the applicable zone is. And it does not adversely affect other parts of the city. MMH allows the density of 4 dwelling units by right under the RN2, and I think the designs are better under the RN3 and 4 than what's allowed under RN2, and I intend to show you that. In front of you are 3 examples of site plans and designs. The very first one, the first page, is a 4-plex. This is what is allowed by right under MMH, and I would not have to be here asking for a rezoning. This allows for 4 dwelling units. This plan does not go up to the maximum height. The maximum height allowed under the MMH is significantly higher. We could double the height of this unit. The length is maxed out, and the width is 4 feet under the max. The second design, which is actually on page 3, so in this packet, the first page is floor plans and elevations. The second is a site plan, and then it goes to the next option. The next option is 2 duplexes. So again, this is 4 units. And so by going from RN3 to 4, that allows us to have a second primary structure, and that's why I'm here. So we'll get into that a little bit more. The code allows for multiple structures in RN3 and 4. So what you have is you have the fourplex that's now been split into two duplexes. Again, you have your elevations and your site plan on page 3 and 4. The third design is 4 tiny homes. These are modular units, and they'll be the first tiny homes modular units in the city. This design has 2 hurdles. The first is that multiple primary structures, which we could solve by rezoning to RN3 or 4. And the second is that single-family residential is not allowed in missing middle. We can have that discussion today, or we can come back and have that discussion at a later time, but I think it's one that we need to be having in this missing middle discussion, because if we do not allow single-family houses in missing middle, we will be encouraging more demolishing of houses on existing lots. When looking at the 3 options, the fourplex, I believe, is the least compatible with the neighborhood. The duplex layout and the tiny homes are a better fit with the neighborhood. So if I'm allowed a fourplex by right, then why am I here? And it all comes down to separating the structures. And I believe there are many reasons to separate these structures. One, they're safer, promotes more fire separation. It also allows for more flexibility of design on the size of the units, and they're more desirable, and I think they're better for home ownership. By separating these units on this lot, there'll actually be some trees that I think we can save, whereas on the fourplex, we pretty much have to scrape the site. This lot also slopes pretty significantly from Emerald to the alley, and putting a fourplex on one plane is very difficult without separating it. The base zoning allows accessory structures. What it does not allow is someone to live in. So in the base zone, I can have multiple structures on this site, and it's not gonna, it's already allowed. You're just not allowed to live in them. I could even put, if I was an owner occupant, I could put an ADU, so you could have multiple structures with multiple people living in them under the base zone. My time's coming up, so I believe a fourplex is multifamily, and it's allowed under MMH. Staff had some issues with multifamily. One of the big concerns I've heard with going RN4 is that it will then, what could go there, right? I think that a good solution is RN3, because in the RN3 designation, there's no difference in what's allowed there for multifamily when you look at the use matrix. So my time's up. If y'all have any questions, I know I've put a lot in front of you, but I'm open to an RN3. I'm open to a postponement if y'all want to look at this stuff for longer, or if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew. Commission? Commissioner Adams.
I've got questions, not comments so much. The first one, just to confirm, because thank you to the applicant for passing these out, because I think it helps illustrate the point. However, we're supposed to make this decision not considering plans, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just checking myself. And then in terms of the,
And I think he was using it more as clarity to differentiate some of their, I guess, challenges.
yes, I mean, I'm taking them as helpful illustrations, but I'm also recognizing that if we rezone this to anything, this is not necessarily what is going to be built.
No, it should be based on that.
Right,
Yeah.
right. The other question, and this is to the staff member who's working on this case, I can't remember who it is. Jesse, thank you. because we were advised not to use KGIS earlier because there were things changing with it. Can you confirm for me what is happening on the property right beside this one that on the file looks to be empty or undeveloped right now?
That is a vacant lot. I believe it's owned by a church.
Okay. And then just a question for the applicant. Have you had any dialogue with the folks around this particular parcel?
I have, yeah. So that's owned by Dayspring Academy. They desire to keep it right now. When we purchased this lot, they were the ones that I reached out to them first because they own a lot of the stuff in that area. I mean, in all kinds of different zones. So yeah, I've reached out to the neighbors. They had no desire to purchase this lot.
Okay. Thanks.
Commissioner Gill.
Yes, thank you. I just have a few comments. I just want to point out that the packet, I think, as Mr. Bartholomew is trying to bring forth, is that under missing middle housing guidelines, he could put a quadplex there immediately. But there are some concerns of whether or not that would be appropriate. So he's saying, hey, well, I'm not allowed to separate these into two duplexes unless I go to RN4, which I really appreciate him bringing to our attention, because I do think that is going to be continuing to come up as a major sticking point, particularly in some of these inner city neighborhoods where there are non-conforming lots. And this continues to be a continuation of another applicant who was before us earlier, who also had that same issue. And the solution keeps being to upscale or upzone to do that, which makes I don't know about other commissioners, but very uncomfortable, because once we let that cat out of the bag, 2 years from now, an RN4 in this location will be used for justification for changing conditions of another lot, or justification for, hey, look, now we're 150 feet from an RN4, we can do this again, at which point we're starting to lose the character of that area. I'm very uncomfortable using a solution to allowing somebody two primary use structures in the miscellaneous housing guidelines by continuing to use upzoning. So it makes me uncomfortable to even have this come forth. I appreciate Mr. Bartholomew's sort of illustrating and bringing this up. I don't think the solution is to rezone it into RN4. I think a better solution is to address that in the middle housing guidelines. And to Mr. Bartholomew, you do have the right to do a quadplex in that location without having to come before this body. And as much as I think that perhaps your other solutions that you put forth would be a better use for that, we can't guarantee that that's what's going to be put on the lot or what's going to be put on other lots that may become before this body. So a quadplex is allowed by right. In the absence of upzoning, I would encourage you to perhaps use that as your solution to developing the property, unless this body wants to look at missing middle from a perspective of allowing multiple primary structures as a solution to missing middle.
Vice Chair Huber.
I just wanted to ask Ms. Hillman if you could speak to a little bit of the difference between RN3 and RN4 as was suggested.
Would this be as it pertains to the base district or to middle housing?
Base district.
In RN3, townhouse can be considered through special use. It's a 12,000, so actually, no. I mean, in this case, it wouldn't be applicable. It would, I think RN3 would be most advantageous if it was utilized for middle housing purposes.
All right, so, and Mr. Bartholomew, I mean, you feel like you can achieve what you need to achieve in RN3 versus RN4? Of course, it'd be a special use. I would assume it need to come back in front of this body for a review or not.
With middle housing, it wouldn't,
Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a special
But
use.
RN3 works a little, it seems to be a little.
Yeah, RN3 removes the potential for a multifamily development down the road under the base zoning, but in missing middle, RN3 does allow multiple structures. That is a solution. I think it's a good solution.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
10-4. I share Commissioner Gill's concern about using the upzoning process as opposed to trying to find the solution in the guidelines, which everyone, and I think the fact that we have coming up on a year with the missing middle we made ourselves, we put that guideline in, or that timeline in for a reason, so that we have to come back and look at this and see what worked, what didn't. And my question is to staff about where are we at? I know we've seen one report thus far about how things are moving along with that, what we've seen, the permits pulled, activities taking place. But where are we in terms of being able to say, okay, now we're going to look at the guidelines again and see what we got right, got wrong, what do we need to tweak? Because it sounded like the applicant was willing to postpone if that was something that, maybe I misunderstood you, but that was part of the rationale for postponing.
I can speak a little bit about that. So staff has prepared a 6-month report and will prepare a 1-year report. That may be an appropriate time to discuss. The Planning Commission have the authority to discuss what worked or not after the 1-year report. I'm exactly not sure when that will be shared. I can look up my email to find the month.
While you're looking, I can't remember if it was last month, the month before, or when the 6-month came out, but I'm pretty certain that Director Brooks said, we would want to be talking about the guideline review before the year, but, be ready as the year approached. But I just realized we're kind of getting close to that. So since you did say you were open to a postponement, is that sort of what you were hoping, that it would thread into that larger discussion of the guidelines themselves?
To be frank with you, this was brought to have this discussion because at this point, we've been told that we're not going to discuss hypotheticals from staff. And so this was put in front of you to have a discussion to show the 3 options, to show the issue with single family and the issue with multiple structures. And so that's why I'm here, is to have that discussion. And if you all think that further discussion, but at this point, what I've been told by staff is that they're not interested in adding single family and they don't like the idea of multiple structures. And so this was designed so that we could have this discussion. And so you all have a very long agenda in front of you, and this is the first time I think you've seen any potential layouts on the exact same lot with a very similar design, ending up with units that are very similar. And so this was all designed to try to start having a discussion.
Commissioners, just a point of information. The Middle Housing Annual Report would be coming before you all probably in February or March. That'll be right at about a year, so that's when you could expect to see that.
Thank you. Ms. Hillman, would you like to speak?
Well, I will just clarify that with both RN3 and RN4, the same issue of multiple principal uses being permitted and that being utilized in the middle housing context, that would be the same.
Commissioner Adams?
I'm sorry, I'm wading into murky territory, but I'm thinking about the upzoning approach to this, and I'm comparing it to the planned development sort of idea. And that with planned development, that has so much community input and input with multiple bodies all along the way, and that requires, if whatever's being built there, if for some reason that planned development isn't successful or it doesn't go the way it was planned, it reverts back to
The base zone.
the base zone. But in this case, that would not be what happens. If this body, let's say we weren't just discussing today, but we were making a decision to RN3, RN4, RN something beyond what is the base zone right now, that does not revert back if the project is not successful or something of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Were you going to say something? It's that kind of differentiation that, since there are issues starting to bubble up, that make me feel more comfortable threading them into that discussion about, addressing the guidelines. What did we miss the first time around, or what do we want to improve? Rather than just using an upzone to fix or address a specific need in this one spot because of specifically what Mr. Gill said, that's how this body tends to work. Oh, well, we've got RN3 here, so we can do RN3 all, it starts to spread out. So that would be my inclination, to postpone, to do what you're wanting to do, have that larger discussion.
Is that a motion?
That's a hey, commission, what else do you think?
We can still discuss it, but okay. All right, Commissioner Perez.
Sorry, it's actually me,
Oh,
Mike.
Commi-
If there's a
Commissioner Overton.
conspiracy,
Okay.
but probably for the best. But anyway, no, I was just gonna, I wanted to try to tie some type of bow on this. I think what's becoming clear is that we need to address the missing middle, and we need to have, and I think we all agree that we need to address it, but I think what we need to really consider is that we need to address it soon. And we need to not keep threatening to think about it and read reports and kind of all, hold hands and feel good. We need to do something, because if you'll look on the last page of Mr. Bartholomew's packet here, the cost of housing is real. This is a real problem. People's leases are going to be up, landlords are increasing rent, and I think it's incumbent upon this body to do something. And so I don't say that in a critical way in terms of you all don't want to. I would just like to kind of formally say that, like, let's just do it. Let's postpone 30, 60 days, and at 30, 60 days, let's not spin our wheels and think of all the ways in which we can postpone again because we're focused on little things. Let's take into account what the stakeholders in the community are saying, like Mr. Bartholomew. I appreciate Mr. Higgins' perspective on, from an architectural standpoint, setbacks, and of course, all the developers and stuff. And so I would like to make a motion to postpone. I don't know how long, 30 or 60 or 90, I don't really care.
60,
That would be January, is that right?
If it's not,
Oh,
sorry, I'm
that's
doing
right.
trying to do some math that aligns with, like, when we said, like, we're going to address this, and it was February-ish, so 90 days would get us to that point?
I think it gets close.
Would you be willing to do
Totally,
90 days?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of emphasize that, like, I think it's easy, and I do this too, I'm not convicting anybody else, but it's easy now to say, we'll postpone and we'll address it, and then Christmas comes and we're all busy, and life goes on, and we get to February and we're like, oh God, we weren't ready for that, right? And so I think, like, let's all bind together and really, like, have a determinative effort to fix the problem in February when it comes. So that's my motion, postpone 90 days.
we have a motion by Commissioner Overton to postpone for 90 days and seconded by Commissioner Gill. And let's go with Commissioner Midas.
Okay, I'm going to try to be fast, but I have a question for Jesse. So under RN2, he was saying that he couldn't do missing middle under RN2 because of the lot width. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect. So the lot width is 45 feet minimum within the middle housing article, which does apply in RN2. So a fourplex, up to a fourplex, is feasible with the current zoning district.
Okay. And so I guess, and I think the postponement is great. I guess my concern still, and I really appreciate everyone's input, especially Mr. Gill, I appreciate what you said. I feel like we did missing middle to solve this problem in these RN2s without having to upzone. And, I don't know if I'm going to change my mind in February, but I think a fourplex into RN2 would be perfect for this area, especially given the fact that it's in the middle of a neighborhood surrounded by RN2. It's not on the edge. It's not near anything commercial or anything across the street from residential.
Well, I think Mr. Bartholomew has brought a topic before us that's certainly worthy of discussion and consideration, and rarely have I seen a new program or ordinance roll out in perfect form. And just as a reminder, when missing middle came before us the first time, we postponed it, and as a result of that, it became a much better document. So I appreciate your efforts, and I've known Mr. Bartholomew to participate in many other ordinance improvements, including the landscape ordinance of, I think it was 2018. He brought forth some very good ideas that got implemented. So appreciate your efforts. We have a motion and a second to postpone for 90 days. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 16. Oost Properties LLC. Owner is Muhammad Abbas. Location, north side of Vance Road, east of Lee Road, .76 acres. Present zoning, RN1 and hillside protection. Zoning requested, RN2, hillside protection. Existing land use, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. The staff recommendation is to deny the RN2 district because it is inconsistent with the surrounding development, and the hillside protection overlay would be retained. Mr. Abbas, are you present? And do we have opposition? Any opposition? All right. Would you like to speak?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Muhammad Abbas. I'm here on behalf of Oost Properties. Address is P.O. Box 32201, 37930. First and foremost, the real boss, my wife, is actually the one that owns this property, but I'm just here representing her. So I think big picture, I just wanted to kind of clarify a few things. So when I first moved here several years ago, I learned that a big problem that we had was the residential problem and kind of making sure that people have a place to live. It's affordable. So my wife and I decided to start to take on that problem and try solving it in several ways. We've had a lot of Section 8 properties that are paid for by voucher mostly through KCDC. And then more recently, we started purchasing tax lien properties. And this is one of those tax lien properties that were dilapidated, old. This one had a shack on it that was one story and was filled with rats and other creatures I won't tell you about. But basically, long story short, there's a property, 5 properties to the east of it that has 4 homes on it. And the idea when we bought this one was that's a perfect idea to just have 4 single-family Section 8 homes, either 2 or 3 bedrooms, to try and help solve this problem. And so we have several other tax lien properties that we're able to do this on without rezoning. This just happens to be one that requires a rezoning to do it because I think the maximum is 3. As far as the need, I think it's pretty clear today, based on everybody that's spoken so far. But just to give you an idea, we just had an apartment or a house, actually, it was a duplex over on Balkan Pike that became available, and we put up a sign that said for rent. We got 56 phone calls on the first day. So there is a massive need for Section 8 housing, especially that accepts vouchers, and the idea is to be able to do that here. So if there's a better way to do it, I'm happy to listen to that. I just think, or I thought that this is the only way, so feel free to tell me if there is, but that's it.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Abbas. Commission. It's okay to ponder.
So I guess I'll jump in
Okay, here we go. Vice Chair Huber.
So how many houses are you wanting to put on there? Are you trying, you said 4?
Yeah, it would be the same as the property 5 over, so it's 5 homes. I don't think all of them would be 3-bedroom. It just depends on what we could fit there. I think it would be 3 3-bedroom and 1 2-bedroom, but it would just be 4 properties. That's correct.
So I guess my question, and this is probably a staff question, because I see that. I saw that when I was reviewing the file earlier this week, but that's done in RN1, right? I mean, that one, is it a non-conforming use? Kelly, I guess first.
So those properties were built in 2000 under the R1 zone that was adopted before we had the recode after 2019. And under that zone, lots could be a minimum of 7,500 square feet.
Okay. So it's grandfathered, basically, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
This is a question about, for the applicant, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The bottom of this, we get these case files, they're digital files, and there's a form there that asks the applicant, have you spoken to the community? Have you not? Do you plan on it? And that box was completely left empty, and you're not the only one, so, But I did wonder, had you reached out to the
I
community?
have. We've reached out to 6 of the neighboring properties. The neighbor right next door is the only one that answered. If you zoom in, I'm sorry, I can't remember the address. The one, 6515, is the only one that we actually were able to speak to. The other 6, we just left a note with our name and phone number saying, hey, we want to do this, and explaining kind of the same concept of what we filled out here. I didn't fill out the boxes. I didn't really know what meant the neighbors, like, is it everybody on the block, or is it larger? So I just left it alone and hoped that it would be
That's
okay.
good feedback. We had a discussion about this at agenda review, so that's good feedback to like how we can make that process better, so.
Yeah, I mean, if there's just a, hey, how many properties have you spoken to, or something like that, probably be better. I would have been more comfortable.
Thanks.
Sorry.
All right. Commissioner Midas.
So my concern is this is 3/4 of an acre. Under RN2, I don't think he can do that. But regardless of that, I know we're not supposed to be looking at this. And, while I agree, everyone uses the argument that housing is an issue, I just feel like this is not a plausible use for this small acre, and it's surrounded by RN1. And I'm not going to be able to support RN2. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to support staff's recommendation to deny RN2 in this district because it's inconsistent with the surrounding development, and HP would be retained.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Midas to deny the RN2 per staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Number 18. On to agenda item 18, the applicant, Hayo Design and Development, location northwest side of Milton Street, north of Ludlow Avenue, approximately half an acre. Present zoning RN4, zoning requested RN5, existing land use, agricultural, forestry, vacant land. Staff recommendation is to deny the RN5 zoning district because it is inconsistent with the Knoxville, Knox County General Plan and the surrounding development. And we do have a recusal of Commissioner Higgins, and he has vacated his seat for this discussion. We do have the applicant, which is, where are we? Okay. Ma'am, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Hi, Savannah Reyes-Dixon, 133 South Gay Street, Knoxville,
right.
37902.
All right, and do we have any opposition?
Oh, yeah.
Any opposition? Seeing none, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for hearing our case. As we started working with the client to look at developing this area, first of all, it was a tax sale property, so the changing of titles and everything it's been pretty expensive and time, it's a little, yeah, right there. And so as we've kind of talked about how we can best develop this, something that came up was to utilize more of like a duplex, quadplex, small scale apartment, which RN4 does allow for, but we're limited in terms of what we can put on each lot. So we started looking at RN5 as an option because of a couple of different elements. So in front, or I guess to the southeast, we have this large commercial area, which if purchased or sold could be a really large scale, like apartments, it could be higher density housing. And then to the south, we have all of this KUB stuff, so it's makes this area a little not very exciting for people that want to build housing here. So by changing the zoning from RN4 to RN5, we're allowed to get a couple more units on the site. So right now at RN5 or RN4, we could get, I think it's up to 8 lots, and then we have to go to special use on review and everything. But with RN5, we could put 4 duplexes or 5, and which would get us a little bit more density in the area. And one of the staff comments was that the context of the area makes it difficult to kind of think about rezoning this to R5 instead of R4. As we've talked to neighbors and been around the area, there's 2 houses that are pretty vacant and, well, pretty rundown, definitely vacant, that if demolished would leave no context. So the only context around the area would end up being all of this industrial and commercial. So we believe that RN5 is actually a pretty good transition from what is RN2 to RN4 to RN5, and then all of this institutional or commercial zone. So the purpose of this is, I guess to sum it all up, this would be the most cost-effective way to develop by putting duplexes, or rather, the most cost-effective way to develop this would be to put duplexes on each lot. RN4 doesn't allow that because of the size of these lots. So we could, even a variance wouldn't allow it. So we could replat it and put all the lots together. And even then, with RN5, the max amount of lots that we would, or the max amount of units we could get would be, I believe, 14. And what's also kind of interesting is that this is MDR / I think O for the sector plan. Is it sector plan? And TDR stops right at the institution, like where KUB is, or maybe the lot below that. And so if TDR was extended up to where we currently are MDR, we would be able, through the missing middle, we'd be able to put, I think it's 20 units on that lot. So we believe that RN5 is a good transition in this area for the area that it is, especially with all the institutional and what word am I thinking of? And the commercial areas that are around it. So, industrial, that's the word I'm thinking of. Industrial and commercial areas around it. So, thank you. I'm here if you have questions.
All right. Vice Chair Huber.
Question for the applicant there. So have you guys looked at potentially dissolving the lot lines too, so you wouldn't have to work on those setbacks within that?
Potentially. I'm not 100% sure because the applicants they're really just focused on how we could rezone it for the potential. They have thrown out that idea, but I'm not 100% sure that would happen.
Could provide a little more flexibility in what you want to do. But yeah, as I see it, I mean, I don't disagree. I think RN5 would be a good transitional zone. It's not terribly different than RN4. We just had some of those discussions, but in the Knoxville City 1-year plan, it is medium density residential and office, as well as in the Knoxville future land use plan, it calls for a higher density for that as well. I don't see an issue with it. I mean, I'll just go ahead and make a motion to approve RN5 because it is consistent with the Knoxville 1-year plan and the Knoxville future land use plan.
We've got a motion by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Barger to approve RN5 zoning district. And Commissioner Midas.
Okay, so my question is, you're interested in putting duplexes on this?
As an option, yeah. I won't say 100% that's what they are going to do, but.
So, because you could do duplexes under RN4.
Right, and so when we were looking at that, the width of the lots or the depth, one of them was enough that it did impact our ability to put duplexes on the lot. So from a zoning standpoint, you're correct, but from what I understand from the client is that we are limited by the lot size.
Well, I don't know if you'll be limited, maybe in the number of duplexes you can put on the lot.
You're right, it's the number, correct.
So you can still do duplexes on the lot?
Yes.
Okay, so then, I guess, because when I was listening to you, you were saying, well, I can't do duplexes, that's why I need to go to RN5, so that's not
No,
the
I'm
case.
sorry, I either misspoke or I was not clear. you can technically do duplexes. That would be the most cost-efficient way to do it as it sits. But we would be limited down to, I think it's 2 duplexes per site, so 8 units. And so the thought is, if we can get more density, we would like to, as that this area seems to be a good location for additional density due to its closeness to all of these elements, and because more neighbors on this area would probably bring more people to even come live here, because right now it's kind of unappealing in terms of living behind a big parking lot and living next to the big KUB power lines. So that's another kind of rationale for why it would be helpful if we had a little bit more density, that we could build a little bit more on there.
Okay, so multifamily is not a consideration then in the rezone, is that correct?
I don't want to say no, because the client might be interested in looking, obviously it would be based on what is acceptable, and if something had to be a special use, we would come back to Planning Commission. But if it was multifamily, it would be very small scale, just based on the limits of the zoning and the site conditions.
Commissioner Adams.
Thanks. Kelsey, this is your case, right? Can you just speak to, I'm trying to think of this without thinking about what the applicant is saying that they would like to do, but just look at the land use and think about the differences between RN4 and RN5. So, and what people living there right now or owning properties there right now could face in terms of a difference if RN5, if whatever could happen there could happen. What is the difference?
Difference in uses?
Yeah, I'm trying to get at, it's RN4 now, and the applicant can do whatever you can do inside RN4. If it was to change to RN5 and this applicant was not standing before us, but it was someone else who just walked in and said, oh, it's RN5, I can do what I like. What are the differences between RN4 and RN5 that we would really be putting ourselves open for?
So the biggest differences regarding uses, at least, is RN4 and RN5 have many of the same ones, except for RN5 does allow for halfway houses and residential care facilities. That's really the biggest difference in uses between the two. Whereas for residential developments, RN5 does allow for smaller lot sizes, but really the biggest thing is just the fact that most or all residential development would be allowed without special use approval, would be permitted by right, whereas RN4 would still require some kind of special use approval.
Okay.
I can piggyback on that as well. So for in RN4, special use is required when you go over 4 townhouses, whereas in RN5, that would be permissible by right. And I do want to point out too, in the middle housing, you can have a 45-foot lot width and still do a fourplex. So, oh, okay, never mind, it's not TDR, just kidding.
Yeah, it's not, but it's like right on the edge. Like there's the chunk of institutional between that, which was to me interesting in terms of, since we just came off of a conversation about missing middle, and TDR is the border for missing middle, and if that was part of the alteration that was made, do we expand those borders at all? That's just where my brain went. Yeah, the fact that RN5, you no longer have special use opportunities to have things reviewed again, that's the part that concerns me, just because it's about the land use and about what's possible there. I completely hear what the applicant is saying in terms of making it as desirable a place to live as possible, reactivating it. I love all of that, but it seems like maybe that is still possible in RN4 without making just using the upzoning to make the project larger, but we can still get a lot of density and good residential uses there in RN4.
Okay, so I see no other lights, and we do have a motion to approve RN5. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Let's do a roll call, Mr. DeArmond.
Commissioner Huber?
Yes.
Commissioner Levinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Barker? Commissioner Overton?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
No.
Commissioner Anderson? Commissioner Biggs?
Yes.
Commissioner Daly?
Yes.
Commissioner Gill? Commissioner Midas? Commissioner Adams? Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
That's 8 yes and 4 no.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Agenda item 19, Monterey Oaks subdivision. Applicant developer, Leah Metcalf. Location, northern terminus of Monterey Road, north of Globe Drive, east side of Wilkerson Road. Approximate 8 acres. Zoning RN1 and hillside protection. Existing land use, agricultural, forestry, vacant land. Proposed use, duplex subdivision. Number of lots, 6. This will require 2 motions. And the staff recommendation on motion 1 under the concept plan is approve the concept plan for 6 lots, subject to the noted 7 conditions. Motion 2 under special use, deny the special use for 5 duplexes in the RN1 district because the development does not meet the location criteria of the 1-year plan. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant before us today? Do we have opposition? We do have opposition. All right, let's see here. 19. So we have Lynn Kohler. Mr. Kohler, if you'll state your name and address, please.
My name is Lynn Kohler. I live at 5935 Talent Road, 37912. I have about 400 feet on the northwest end of my property that connects to their property. With me is Mr. Chuck Owens. He's on the southern end. We also represent the Norwood Homeowners Group. Thank you for hearing me today. I love the discussion that you all have had. I appreciate your service. 2 issues I see, the special use and the concept plan. The staff has recommended that you deny the special use. We appreciate that, we applaud that, and we encourage you to go through with that. Thank you so much. On the concept plan, as of noon today, and one of those pictures you had there previously, the 6 lots, it showed 5 lots, were still duplexes. Those are still drawn and designed as duplexes. Now, if they put single-family homes there, we in the community are all for that, especially if they're about the same lot size as across the creek at Edith Place. Here's our questions, though. What would be the size of the lots? This is the upper section of the subdivision. What is going to happen to the lower section of the subdivision, which is now being filled up with silt and from the drainage? Also, the common areas. It was noted that in the common areas that they would form a homeowners association that would take care of the common areas. Does that include the lower section? That question is not addressed. And also the hillside down into the creek. It also mentioned that the hillside protection is not an issue because 12 years ago, 14 years ago, they messed up that area. Well, that doesn't seem to be right. That is the headquarters for Third Creek. I would think the hillside protection is very important. So those questions that we still have. And the third comment, having lived there for over 30 years, I've seen that go from a woods area to this, what is there now. I know that over $2 million has been poured into that hole in the ground. That the person who bought it right now paid less for it than it was originally sold for. So all that money was lost. Most of you deal with real estate in either development or sales. I would think you'd be concerned that your fellow real estate people don't pour more money down that hole and lose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kohler. All right. Commission? Commissioner, or Vice Chair Huber.
I guess Mr. Hague, where are you? Oh, here. Hey. Can you explain or dig a little deeper into why you were comfortable with the concept plan, but you were not comfortable with duplexes in RN1 there?
Sure. In the concept plan, we review the lot configuration with respect to the zoning ordinance subdivision regulation, and the plan meets those requirements. So we are recommending approval of 6 lots. But duplex is not permitted by right in this district, so it requires additional approval. We're recommending denial because this does not meet the location criteria stated in the on-year plan. It does seem to meet the other criteria of a special use in staff's opinion.
Commissioner Midas.
I guess I can make a motion. Is that right? I'll make a motion to approve the concept plan for 6 lots, subject to 7 conditions.
All right, you don't have to read them.
Thank you.
We've got a motion to approve the concept plan for staff recommendation by Commissioner Midas, seconded by Commissioner Barger. Any other lights? I see none. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion. Regarding the special use. Commissioner Midas, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion to deny the special use for 5 duplexes in the RN1 district because the development does not meet the location criteria of the 1-year plan.
Where did I hear that second? Okay. Commissioner Levinson, okay. So we have a motion to deny per staff recommendation by Commissioner Midas, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, folks.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah, you did. Yeah, all right. On to agenda item 26. The applicant, Commercial Redevelopment LLC. Owner, Victor Jernigan, Commercial Redevelopment LLC. Location, southeast side of Washington Pike, southwest of Millertown Pike. Approximately 0.6 of an acre. Zoning, RN2, existing land use, rural residential, proposed use, 2-family dwellings. Staff recommendation, approve the request for 2 2-family dwellings in RN2 district subject to 4 noted conditions. And I see the applicants before us. Mr. Jernigan, do we have opposition? We do have opposition. Okay, all right, all right. So would you like to go first, Mr. Jernigan, or defer?
I'll let him go first.
Okay. Mr. Collins, would you like to comment?
Ronnie Collins, 4606 Washington Pike, President of the Alphaville Spring Hill Neighborhood Association. I'm not here in opposition to this. We've been talking to Victor Jernigan for about a year on this parcel. Different things have changed. Our concern during the whole process has been protecting the neighbors' parcels. I don't know if you have a large map, but there's a you'll see just kind of the north, what would that be now? I guess southwest it would be, I guess. There's like an 8-acre right there. 8-acre, and we are, the previous owner, it's just been sold. The previous owner that lived there had trails in his woods and things. And it's always been a concern that to make sure whoever moves in or rents or whatever these parcels know where the boundary lines are. Spoke to Mr. Jernigan a while ago. He says there will be in the landscape plans some kind of buffer type stuff. We just want to make sure that's what happens. That was only my concern, not the development, but just that to make sure that people stay on their own properties. I'm just protecting, and he also told me that Linda Smith that lives at 4610 there would have a buffer zone on her part too, that they had talked to her about that. So that's what we had talked about before. I just want to make sure that gets put in the landscape plans and stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Okay, Mr. Jernigan.
Yes, Garrett Jernigan, 5246 Bennett River Boulevard in Knoxville, 37919. Like Mr. Collins has said, we've been working with the community on this for a while. It was always the intent to do the duplex typology there, and kind of one of the unique things about the process is even though you want to get a duplex and an RN2, you can't get the special use and the RN2 at the same meeting. And so we got the RN2, it was always the intent, that's what was always communicated. But then we had to come back for the special use and we were ready for that. And so that's kind of why we're back here. When we got the RN2 zoning, we agreed to leave the house at 4614 Washington Pike as RN1. It's kind of more of a buffer from the street. And we put in a fence on the west side between 4614 and 4620. It's going to be, there's a privacy fence that's there, runs up to Washington Pike. Between 4614 and 4620, there's a privacy fence there on the easternmost property line. And then we're going to be putting in some vegetative buffer on the west side of the property line, down where the duplex units are. And so that's kind of always been the plan. And I'm glad Mr. Collins is here and we're able to kind of continue to communicate with them on that. So hopefully you can approve our special use permit.
Thank you, Mr. Jernigan. Commission? Let's go with Commissioner Barger.
I just want to make a motion to approve the request for two-family dwellings in RN2, subject to the 4 listed conditions.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Barger to approve per staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Daly. And that is for the two-family dwellings in RN2, subject to those 4 conditions. Let's see, do we have, are there any other lights? Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Let's try to get through, yeah. Okay. Next is agenda item 29, and then we're going to take a little bit of a recess after this one.
Chairman Hill,
Yes.
because of the nature of this not being something that is voted on, but just a feedback session, as being a part of the design team on this project, if it's all right with everyone, I'd like to just stay in the room and hang out to answer any questions and also to be able to take notes on the feedback.
That'll be fine.
To be clear, that is a recusal. You will not be participating in the discussion, but the body has agreed that it's appropriate for you to remain to listen. Everyone is clear with that? Okay, thank you.
Item 29, Hayo Design and Development. Owner Cardinal Place LLC. Location is north side of Delrose Drive, south side of Brooks Avenue, west side of Riverside Road, 31.34 acres. Zoning is RN1, RN4, and hillside protection. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land, rural residential. Proposed use, optional concept plan for a residential development. Give a little background here. This plan is being submitted under the optional concept plan section of the plan development procedures. The commission will not vote on this project, but should provide feedback and comments for the applicant to use in further developing their plan. A preliminary plan application has been submitted for this development to be heard at the December 12, 2024 Planning Commission meeting, case number 12-A-24-PD. And do we have an applicant representative?
Yes. Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. Here on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, thank you. All right, we do have some folks signed up to speak, and that would be Mr. Schaefer, Ryan Schaefer. Ryan Schaefer present. Christopher Osborne. Mr. Osborne is here. Okay, would you like to proceed or defer?
I'll go ahead and proceed.
Okay.
Here on behalf of the applicant for the request associated with the plan development process, again, this is, as Chairman Hill mentioned, an optional concept plan. This process is to introduce the project and gain some feedback from this planning commission before making any changes, revisions, and coming through with a preliminary development plan. This property consists of approximately 32 acres and situated right to the west of the Williams Creek Golf Course. Delrose Drive is adjacent to the south. Brooks Avenue adjacent to the north. Riverside Road connects to the east side of the property. The proposed development for the property is residential based. It'll be a mixed residential development consisting of multifamily and townhomes. The project contemplates the multifamily aspect of the development being more centrally located on the property and the townhomes being surrounding in the peripheral. This property is located within just a few minutes downtown and the UT campus. There are several nearby community and recreational attractions: the Botanical Gardens, Holston River Park, Chilhowie Park and Zoo, Knoxville Zoo, Irons Nature Center, Forks of the River. There's also the East Knox County Greenway Trail, and there's also the Sarah Moore Green Elementary School. The proposed development, consisting of the multifamily and townhome component, also has various and numerous community amenities, including swimming pool and clubhouse, pickleball courts, playground, a dog park, community garden, a natural park, as well as walking trails. The project would result in a vast amount of green space, contrary to what you see in kind of similarly multifamily developments throughout Knox County. With most the community benefit that we're proposing with this, as you see, unlike most multifamily developments, they will have, say, a pool, community area, but it's limited to the residents. Those developments are usually gated type developments, and those amenities are only available to the actual residents of the community of the actual development. Here, we're obviously would make these available to the residents, but also we're proposing that the community area residents would also have access to the pool, to the pickleball courts, and what we're contemplating. The process of that would be similar to like a membership that you have at other community facilities in Knoxville, such as the YMCA, where somebody could acquire some form of a membership to have access to the pool, the clubhouse, pickleball courts. There's available parking for that, and it's not restricted just to the residents of the development. The project would also include interconnected sidewalks and walking trails connecting Delrose Drive, Brooks Avenue, Riverside Road, and the Greenway. This project would have sustainable building and development practices by not subdividing the property based on any lot size limitations that you have with the RN4 zoning district. One of the obvious limitations with the RN4 zoning district is with multifamily development. It has to be, it's limited to a maximum lot size of 40,000 square feet. So applying that for multifamily development on this project would result in numerous subdivided lots consisting of 40,000 square feet. It is included in the concept plan what that would look like. It's not, an attractive development. It's not, a development that gets the best use out of the property by any means. This would allow the flexibility to develop a creative project. Also associated with it, the project is the use of the missing housing, middle housing types. to create the transition buffer between the development and surrounding neighborhoods. Project would also include a widening of Riverside Road to 18 feet and building a sidewalk from the entrance of Riverside to Brooks Avenue. If having to proceed under the RN4 zoning ordinance, the negative impacts resulting from that we could avoid is RN4 would result in reduced green space and buffers, the decreased pedestrian engagement and accessibility, limited amenities, extensive grading, and would substantially increase the asphalt. I know Mr. Osborne signed up to speak. I've talked with him. I've talked with another area resident. We're meeting. I know part of the process is to meet with the community. Talked with him. In between now and the preliminary development plan consideration, we are going to have a community meeting. I just wanted to put that out there. Prior, not having that before was to get the feedback from the Planning Commission on this optional process. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have some folks signed up here. We're going to go with Mr. Christopher Osborne.
All right. I am Chris Osborne. I am the current president of Town Hall East Neighborhood Association. I'm here representing the community. We also have Karina Buffalo with the Delrose Neighborhood Watch and Al Gibb, who works with Williams Creek Golf Course right next door. We're not here to oppose anything. We are, as Mr. Forrester just said, we are scheduling a meeting. This is obviously a major development and would have a major impact on the community, and it's going to be important that our community and the neighbors around the area have significant feedback into what gets developed here. So again, just letting you know that we were interested in this, and we plan to work with the developer to come up with something that fits the community and serves the larger Knoxville area.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Adams.
I have a question about the planned development component of this for the amenities that are provided. I'm trying to think forwards because I think they're great and they're a little bit of a different twist on what we typically see. We haven't seen a ton of PD come through, but in terms of how this particular project would benefit the community. And my question is, how does that get codified so that in this iteration, it's planned as these are the benefits for the community, but say it gets built, and then 3 years after it's a live project, the people living there are like, we really don't like having all these folks from outside our community outside our development, come into our development to use what they start to perceive as theirs as opposed to being for the community. I don't know if we've crossed that bridge before with this kind of development, so it's a question just to be considered at this stage. How does that get codified?
I think that.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think that would have to come back to this body as a revision to the plan development, if I remember correctly, and I can double check this in the section 16.7, but I believe that any change to the public amenities is considered a major modification and would therefore require approval by this body and also city council. But let me just double check that real quick.
And I guess you probably, I'm not speaking for you, but looking beyond that, in the event they had a policy change and they had already built it out, had a policy change under plan development, is that subject to I guess you couldn't really revoke? I mean, how would you deal with that?
Right, like is there a penalty of some kind? Yeah, I mean, not to think that way, but just this is I think of plan development as this good faith model where the developer is really trying to work with the community and vice versa. And if something changes significantly, then how do we still hold to account what was intended?
Yeah.
It's 16.7.F.2 under major modifications. It says reductions or alterations in the approved public benefit amenities to be provided. So that would require approval by this body and by city council. I think that we would probably just look at it in terms of, are there any other public benefits? And if so, if we took away this one, would that still meet the PD requirement? If it was to be approved without it, I mean, I'll defer to council on that as to what the ramifications of that would be if it did not meet the public benefit requirements.
And under those circumstances, I mean, the scenario that you just described, Commissioner Adams, let's say, for instance, there are people who have been using those benefits and relying on them and have been a member, and knowing that that was a condition of that approval, then in my view, there would be a recourse through the court system to require the PD to continue to comply with the conditions of approval.
Councilor Forrester, I saw one interesting note here about requiring the townhouses to be owner-occupied. Is there a motivation for that?
Hi, Savannah Rose Dixon, 133 South Gay Street. I work at HAO.
The intention is for those to be owner-occupied townhouses, so that we have a mixture of owner-occupied and rental. Specifically on the exterior, so that we have kind of this buffer of more of a middle housing type between the street, which is all mostly a single family, and then towards the interior that is higher density.
I guess what are we buffering?
No, just to create, and we're not buffering anything, just to kind of create like a transition from, so that it's not just like, boom, from the street you see all of this multifamily. We have like a little bit of a transition.
No, I was talking, not the townhouse itself. I was just concerned, not concerned, I was just intrigued by requiring it to be owner-occupied.
We just have received feedback that, I mean, I don't know if Mr. Forster, if you want to, we've just received feedback from different neighbors and different communities that we've tried to work on, that there are some questions about renters, and so this seems to be a good middle ground to incorporate some owner-occupied units.
Let's see, Commissioner Midas.
Okay, so first of all, I commend you guys. It's nice to see something different come before us. We haven't seen this since Belltown. And so I don't have a lot of comparison to deal with. But I know with Belltown, you know, there was public streets that were accessing the amenities. I guess these are not going to be public streets. This is going to be a private drive. If someone was to access it for membership, they would have to be entering into a private area.
It will not be gated. As far as the public access of right-of-way, I don't know if there will be a plan to dedicate this as a public right-of-way at some point, once the development's completed. But there will be public pedestrian access trail from Brooks Avenue, which is on the northeast-west corner of the site. You'll see it right here. So that is a public pedestrian access point that will connect through the trails and sidewalks through the development, and obviously provide access point all the way over to Riverside and then down to Delrose as well.
Okay, is there any other opportunity to add a pedestrian access? And if there is, I mean, you don't have to answer it now, but I think anything that you could do to open up this development to the community would be providing more of a public service to this planned development.
So the trail, I guess.
That one trail.
Well, you've got the pedestrian access point there, you have the pedestrian access connection at Riverside, and then you have the access from Delrose right there, pedestrian access. So there's those two access points from the actual existing public right-of-way that then tie into the networking of trails and sidewalks throughout the developed area on the property.
Okay,
Great. I don't know if that answers.
Yes, that's good. Okay, and I guess, so when you come back before us next month, it will be for a rezoning to, no.
Preliminary development plan.
Plan, okay. And so when do we vote on this?
On the preliminary development plan.
We vote on the preliminary. Okay, I know you mentioned that you were going to speak with the community, not before now, not the next month, but it was going to be after that?
No, in between now and next meeting.
Okay,
Yeah, in between now and the preliminary development plan. We just wanted to kind of get initial feedback to make any changes.
Okay.
Introduce it, and then,
And you're going to share that with them and answer all
Oh,
their
yeah,
questions
yeah.
before they come back?
Correct.
Okay. And then I guess my only concern, and I guess this is what I would bring up with these neighbors, is the reduction of the 45-foot build next to residential. That will affect the neighbors around there. I would like for you to make sure you talk to them about that and get their go-ahead on that.
okay.
Thank you very much.
Vice Chair Huber.
Yeah, I don't have anything negative to say. I mean, I've looked at it, I've seen a lot of different plans like this before, and I really like how the buildings are being positioned and retaining some common area, maybe not public space necessarily, but certainly common area in between some of the buildings, how it's kind of a courtyard feel. Because I totally agree. I mean, in RN4, it's going to create a situation where you're just on these 40,000 square foot lots, just a little bit under an acre, and just trying to maximize it like this. This is much more creative. I think it's much better for the community and a higher quality development. I don't have as much of an issue with the heights. I've dealt with heights on apartment complexes before. Sometimes it comes down to just a roof line, that might bump up against it. The building itself's not really that high. It would be effectively between a flat roof or a gabled roof. So I don't have as much heartburn about that. But I do like all the common area and working around that in the common space. So I definitely commend you for taking the chance on planned development and wish you the best of luck.
Commissioner Perez.
It's me again.
Oh,
Hello.
Commissioner Overton.
Kind of going off of what Commissioner Hill was saying, just in terms of the ownership aspect of the townhouses, one point, and I don't know how much purview we really have over that, but one thing that I've seen, because I live in the old city, so what happens a lot is or the developer imposes that it's all owners, but there's no Airbnb requirement in there. And so what happens is these companies come in and they buy up all the residences and then they use them exclusively for Airbnb. And so then we lose the benefit of having more housing units because no one's renting in them and also no one's living in them. And so I would just encourage the developers that if we're going to start, making requirements on ownership versus renting, that we take into consideration some of the Airbnb stuff, because you're going to have the potential to lose the purpose of what you want, which is like, I understand that you don't want a lot of people, like a lot of turnover, but maybe it's better to have somebody living there in a year-long lease and it's the same person versus a new person every weekend coming in from out of town. So I just wanted to make that point in terms of Airbnb, because I know that that's a big problem just in my community.
Thank you, Commissioner Overton. Any other comments? Commissioner Biggs.
Yeah, I just had a kind of a question regarding the, request to remove the Class A buffer next to the residential district, which I think applied to the church to the west. And just curious about that, in a future scenario where Mount Zion Baptist Church decides to, develop residential on the back portion of their lot, are they going to be in a situation where they're abutting a parking lot directly and there is no buffer, and it looks like there's maybe an easement in there, but kind of just curious to get commentary on that, because that is a residentially zoned district, or parcel as I understand it.
Would the applicant like to comment on that?
That is not something that I am aware that we've considered, but that is definitely something that we will talk about and discuss with the owner, especially going up to the plan review.
And I know it's a hypothetical in the future,
Yeah,
but just want
it's
to
a
make
good-
sure we're
it's a good question.
thinking about it.
For sure.
I do want to point out, too, that there's overhead utility
Yeah.
lines running through that area, so that when
That-
we were talking initially with the applicant, that was part of the consideration for having that parking lot being there, so.
Any other comments? Seeing no other comments, let's try to break if we can, back here about between 10 and 5 to 4, it'd be great. Okay, if we could get restarted. On to agenda item 30, Subdivision, re-subdivision of part of the plat of the property of Jerry Wood Jr. Applicant developer Thomas Dale. Location, northwest side of Millertown Pike, west of Leg Lane. 10.83 acres, 2 lots. Zoning's agricultural. And looks like we have a variance that is required, 1 variance, requesting a reduction of the required access easement from 25 feet to 10 feet. This will require 2 motions. First motion related to the variance, staff recommendation, approve the request to reduce the required access easement width from 25 feet to 10 feet due to surrounding conditions and because the plat does not add additional dwellings to utilize the easement. There's an existing structure located 14 feet from the property line, which keeps the applicant from widening the easement, since access easements are to be kept clear and traversable. 2, the existing 10-foot right-of-way was established in 1969. Requiring it to be widened would impact owners not associated with the subdivision plat. And 3, approval of this variance will not be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare because no new dwellings will be added to the proposed lot. The easement already serves the existing residences. Motion 2, related to the final plat, approve the final plat to create 1 additional lot and an exempt tract in the A district because with the approval of the variance, the plat meets the standards of the subdivision regulations. Is the applicant present? All right. Do we have opposition? Any opposition? Would the applicant like to speak? And if you would state your name and address, please.
Scott Stanley, 619 Glenwell Drive, Ferry, Tennessee 37934. As you've already explained, there's a 10-foot easement that's currently servicing 5 dwellings. 2 of the dwellings already on their own plat, their own lot, so to say. We're merely wanting to create subdivision for the other 2, so they'll have their own they already have their own address, just so they'll have their own lot. The Knox County Engineering has already approved if there's any further, they have a note on the plat itself. If there's any further construction, it would be mandatory expansion of the easement to 18 feet. Any other solution was not very elegant. And I would be remiss to advise going, or not how to say it, coming up with another solution to find the 25 feet that they would require.
Thank you. Okay, Commission?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the request to reduce the required access easement width from 25 feet to 10 feet due to the surrounding conditions and because the plat does not add additional dwellings to utilize the easement.
We have a motion from Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain another motion.
Make a motion to approve the final plat to create 1 additional lot and an exempt tract in the A district because with the approval of the variance, the plat meets the standards of the subdivision regulations.
We have a motion by Commissioner Barger, and was that Commissioner Overton or Perez? Okay, Commissioner Perez with the second to approve the final plat per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Uh-oh. How did I miss 35? Was it taken off?
No, you got it.
Oh, here it is, okay. All right, agenda item 35, final plat of subdivision of Tregesser Properties, applicant developer Benchmark Associates, Inc., location north of Westland Drive, east of Bream Drive, 2.35 acres, 4 lots. Zoning is RA, low-density residential. variance is required, increase the maximum number of lots on an access easement from 5 to 10 lots. This will require two motions. Motion one related to the variance, approve the variance for plat approval to increase the maximum number of lots on an access easement from 5 to 10 lots. The property has an existing 12-foot wide easement which serves 4 lots on the property and serves 5 lots east of the subject property. The proposal is to add 1 additional lot to the easement for a total of 10 lots. The property owner does not own the 5 lots to the east, which also utilize the existing easement. Number 3, granting this variance will not be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare because this is a private dead-end driveway with low volumes of traffic. Engineering will not sign the plat until the pavement is widened on lots 1, 2, and 3 at least 1 car length to allow for the passing of 2 vehicles at that time. Second motion related to final plat, approve the final plat for 4 lots in the RA zone. Is the applicant present? Do we have any opposition? Seeing no opposition, would you like to, if you'll state your name and address, please?
Benjamin Mormon, Benchmark Associates, 10308 Hardin Valley Road. Short of one of the staff comments about widening the drive, it was my understanding with county engineering and public works that those widenings would happen as building permits were pulled and those widenings would be placed right where the driveways are. Other than that, we're requesting approval if at all possible. And respectfully.
Okay. Commission? Let's see here. Let's go with Commissioner Barger.
I gotta find it again so I can copy it. I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance for plat approval to increase the maximum number of lots on an access easement from 5 to 10 lots.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Anderson, and that is, oh, was that Levinson? Okay, Commissioner Levinson. Let me find my place here, and that is to approve the variance for, okay, per staff recommendation, to serve the access easement from 5 to 10 lots. All right, seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the final plat for 4 lots in the RA zone.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Levinson, to approve the final plat per staff recommendation. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 42, the applicant John L. Miller III, location east side of Pheasant Creek Way, west of Roseberry Road, 1.05 acres, present zoning agricultural, zoning requested, low-density residential, existing land use, agriculture, forestry, and vacant land. Staff recommendation is to deny the low-density residential zone because it does not meet the criteria for a rezoning. Is the applicant present? Any opposition present? Last call for the applicant. Commission?
Make a motion to deny RA zone because it does not meet the criteria for rezoning.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Barger, to deny the RA per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we're rolling.
Number 45, that one was one that was.
You got a slip sheet for me?
45 was removed from consent.
Okay, all right. Agenda item 45, applicant Charles Daniel Paget, location west side of Andersonville Pike, northwest of Ingram Lane. 2.2 acres, present zoning's agricultural, zoning requested, plan residential, existing land use rural residential. Density proposed is up to 1.5 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation is to approve the planned residential zone with up to 1.5 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and the Growth Policy Plan. Is the applicant present? Do we have opposition? All right. Let me get to my list here. Well, Mr. Murphy, would you like to speak? Do we have other opposition? Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kevin Murphy, 4508 Murphy Road. I'm not here in any way with the county planning lines. I'm actually here because Mr. William Daniels, who served on the Board of Zoning Appeals with me a number of years ago, was in the audience with his wife and her parents. They own property at 8031 Andersonville Pike, but Mr. Daniels had to leave, and he gave me some points he asked me to make to the commission. So may I proceed?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. He wanted me to represent that they have property that is downhill and adjacent to this property. There's a, well, I think it actually may be uphill. It's up left diagonally. But there's a lot of steep topography. So this property that's under development is very steep. His family is, and they have a piece of property that's the remnant of the old family farm there that had been in their family for over 100 years. They're extremely concerned about the water runoff. When Mr. Daniels was on county commission, hearing zoning arguments, and then also on the BZA, time and time again he expressed that he had that there were water concerns that were brought up. It was always said there was a plan to deal with the water, and then later on, especially when he was on county commission, he'd see people come back, and the county would be asked to spend a lot of money to remediate water problems that had been brought up. So, in this particular rezoning, Mr. Daniels expressed that he'd be interested in having some very strong language that says that water from this development would have to remain on site, but the water and the silt coming off of it, I think they're very concerned about the access to that stream, because if this property is developed and then there's water runoff issues that affect their farm, you're asking to repair, either come through their farm and damage it further, so he's really, I think he was very concerned about that, and was wondering who basically is responsible if there's damage from runoff. Is that the county, the developer, like that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Elliott, you want to respond to that?
I mean, it's my understanding they were just trying to rezone to add one house. I don't know who was what staff was doing this case, but and one home would not meet the requirements of our stormwater ordinance. The impervious created would be so minimal. I don't believe it would create a runoff issue for the Daniels.
Thank you. Kelsey, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, so with the rezoning of PR to density of 1.5, that's the maximum they could do, is just add one more house since there are already two on the property.
Thank you. All right, Commission?
Make a motion to approve per staff's recommendation.
We have a motion by Commissioner Higgins to approve the planned residential zone with up to 1.5 dwelling units per acre, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 46, applicant Masana Investments LLC. Location, southeast side of Bradley Lake Lane, east of Amherst Road, approximately 20 acres. Present zoning, agriculture. Zoning requested plan residential, existing land use, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land, up to density proposed up to 9 dwelling units per acre. The staff recommendation is to approve the planned residential zone up to 6 dwelling units per acre because it is compatible with changing conditions and surrounding development, subject to the one noted condition. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Any opposition? We have any opposition? All right. Would the applicant like to proceed or comment?
No, thank you.
Commission?
So I've got a quick question. So you applied for 9 dwelling units, but staff is recommending 6. Is that something you're comfortable with? Or?
Yes, sir, appreciate you
Mr.
asking. That was a
Statton, if you'll give your
misunderstanding.
name and address,
Oh, sorry, Drew Statton, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37939. That was a miscommunication between us in-house and planning. We recognize that under the urban growth overlay, I believe up to 12 can be seen. It should have been 6, and that's what we are here to seek approval for.
Okay. Well, I mean, with that, and because that area is changing dramatically with all the Shod Road expansion and the schools down in that area. So I'm certainly comfortable with staff's recommendation. So I'll just make a recommendation or motion to approve planned residential up to 6 dwelling units an acre because it is compatible with changing conditions in surrounding development, subject to 1 condition.
Second. Okay, we have a motion to approve planned residential per staff recommendation by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. And let's see, I think all the lights went away. So seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 47, applicant Masana Investments LLC, location south side of Hammer Road, east of Governor John Sevier Highway, approximately 19 acres, present zoning agricultural, zoning requested, planned residential, existing land use agriculture, forestry, vacant land up to 5 dwelling units per acre is being proposed. Staff recommendation is to approve planned residential zone with up to 5 dwelling units per acre, because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the 1 noted condition. And I think we have some folks signed up. Yep. All right. So we have the applicant before us, and we have opposition. Would you like to proceed or defer?
Defer,
Mr.
please.
Statton? Okay. So let's go with Mr. Kevin Murphy.
I'd like to defer to let the next door neighbors speak first.
To whom?
The next door neighbors that are here.
Okay, let's be mindful of our time that we'll need to share. And so we'll go with Lee Munger.
Good afternoon. My name is Lee Munger. I reside at 6401 Hammer Road. I just purchased this property in April of this year and just moved down here from Cincinnati. And I do work at Fresenius Medical at the manufacturing plant at Forks in the River, and our warehouse is obviously a neighbor to this. A couple things I want to state is there wasn't enough time to notify my coworkers about this. There's a lot of concern about the traffic that this would incur with trucks trying to leave that warehouse and deliver to the plant. I would also like to note that none of us have been, or at least I had not been notified other than the sign that was on the property. On top of that, I moved to this neighborhood because it is a rural type neighborhood. I lived in Cincinnati. I'm used to urban developments and things of that nature, and that's not what I wanted when I moved here. So I oppose this wholeheartedly, and I would also ask that you guys look at the bird wildlife there, because I have seen cranes on that property, which are protected. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munger. All right, how about Jennifer Kerr?
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Kerr, and I reside at 6410 Hammer Road, 37914. We are in opposition of this development. That being said, Hammer Road it does not align with our community. It does not align with the area that surrounds that and the way that we perceive our land as it is. We have a small farm at the end of Hammer Road. We do a lot of hay. There's farming as far as that goes. We have animals. There is also a lot of wildlife, as was obviously just discussed, that goes through there. And this is just not in the characteristic of this neighborhood. And by that being said, it is not adjacent to a direct corridor. It is not on a corridor. Hammer Road is a one-lane road that two cars cannot pass by without one of them, it can't even be stopped, if that tells you anything. And it does not fit the community. It does not fit what we stand for. It does not fit the rural type of environment that we have. And we would like to see that not changed. There's people, I moved from West Knoxville over to that area 10 years ago. My family, my husband, they've been there for generations. And one of the reasons that I gave up my condo in West Knoxville was to get back to my roots and keeping that side of East Knoxville rural. And we do that by farming. We provide hay for the community, as does the motherland in that area. And we would love to just see this stay the way that it is, rural. We do have Fresenius Medical that is right up from us. There's also a lot of traffic concerns. There is not there's no room. It's so congested as it is. Pine Grove, which runs right off of Hammer, they just put a subdivision in there, and that runs to Straw Plains Pike. We've had issues with dump trucks going through there, and we've had to hit the ditch, and we're talking about them coming from Straw Plains, Pine Grove onto Hammer. And there's signs on both sides that says, this is not a truck route. And adding a community of this, you're talking about 94 homes they're wanting to put on this land. That's over 5 homes per acre. And if you take an average family that has 2 cars, you're adding 200 cars, excuse me, didn't do the math right. Almost 200 vehicles, if you do the average of 2 cars per household, onto a one-lane road that can't even be stopped. It just does not fit the characteristics of this neighborhood. And we would ask that you oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Elliott, I think I hear one common concern is the road, but there is a condition here, right, you want to speak to that?
Yes, that's correct. We would ask the applicant to widen the road from his entrance back to John Sevier.
Alan Holloway?
Alan Holloway, 6109 Hammer Road, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37914. Well, everybody else done brought up all the roadside, but I'm thinking more about the whole neighborhood. Before this came up, you had to have an acre per house. Now they're hollering, they're gonna put probably 5 per acre in this here. And most of that's just rock anyway. So they're going to go in there and do all the dynamiting or to get all that rock out. It don't have proper sewage. You gotta have septic tank in there. They've got, KUB don't have regular sewer there, but they do have the high pressure sewer. If anybody that knows anything about high pressure sewage is, you gotta have a grinder, a pressure pump, and a check valve. And if that stuff fails, all that pressure pushes it back into your house. So,
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Mr. Elliott, is that in county's purview there can you comment to that?
It is not. They would work with the local utility district on the sewer.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Kevin Murphy. And
I'll be very brief.
Mr. Murphy, we'll give you an additional minute here.
I'll try and take 30 seconds. Thank you.
Okay,
Kevin
great.
Murphy, 4508 Murphy Road. This is located in the rural conservation place type. One thing to consider too is when you are approving density on this parcel, the place type does have a requirement that it shall be clustered so that at least 50% remains as open space. So if you approve a density of 5 units an acre, you would then see it at least, if all those units were allocated, they'd be clustered so that they're built out at 10 units an acre on half the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's everybody that has signed up. Have I overlooked anyone? I don't think I have. Okay. Mr. Staton?
It's Drew Staton. P.O. Box-
Curious about the sewer. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I can try. Drew Staton, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville, Tennessee 37939. Appreciate the opposition coming out and voicing their concerns. A couple quick things. I'll get to the sewer. It's still pretty preliminary, so that's kind of, I'll get to that. But anyways, we feel this is actually, it's one of the pieces that was identified under Advanced Knox in the urban growth boundary, which sees a much higher density than 5. Being next to a minor arterial, I believe, John Sevier is, I feel like this is a strong growth area, and that 5 would make sense here. As far as sewer goes, at this point in the rezoning, we have limited contact with KUB. Essentially, they let us know that, hey, we do have capacity, and then we kind of go from there. The gentleman did make a good point. It more than likely would be force main here, which are E1 grinder pumps. It's our opinion, and we've been told by KUB they actually like those because once the time, I don't want to be too crass here, but once the gray matter does get to the plant, it's cleaner. Is it a flawless system? Probably not. But that's about all I can go into at this point.
Thank you. All right, Commission? Commissioner Adams.
You seemed reluctant to call on me.
Actually, honestly, I was thinking about the folks over in East Knoxville and, you know, we just passed the land use classification, the land use plan and the growth policy plan. And I hope that you all were engaged and involved in that because often, you know, we're bound by certain parameters with our decision-making, and the time to really act and be an activist for your desires is during that public process of that growth policy plan and land use plan. Commissioner Adams, I should do that just in rhythm or by habit.
No. I have two questions. One for the applicant is, well, both for you. The first one is about, we had a person speaking in opposition who said they hadn't heard anything about it, and the form that came through said there was intention to talk to the community before this meeting today, and I just wondered what outreach you had engaged in.
So a gentleman in our office, he did send letters. The owner owns the property across the street, so that kind of eliminates that one. And then I believe it's an Avancho is the owner we reached out to. But I'm more than happy to have additional conversations directly, personally, myself, and I'm more than happy to meet with the opposition after this and give them my cell phone number. Okay. I've not done that yet, no, ma'am.
The other question, I just wanted to make sure, you know, Mr. Murphy spoke about the interpretation of the land classification and what that means in terms of the clustering of that density. And I just wanted to make sure that was understood. And, you know, I'm going to venture and just ask a question about that property. When I look at it, the front of it, which is going to Hammer, appears to have been cleared already, and then the portion towards the backside seems to have grown up to some degree, and just wondered about the intention there of clustering.
Again, it's tough right now. We don't have a concept plan, but to Mr. Murphy's credit, he's much more well-versed in the RC versus, I believe we abut the suburban residential or typical subdivision. That map might be helpful. But as far as clustering goes, I do believe the rear of the property, there's some topography issues and maybe some wetness, yes, a little bit of topography and probably water stays back there. So we would cluster to an extent, but again, we just do the development, and typically what we would do on a subdivision like this is more of a mixed use, single family, and potentially townhomes. But as far as completely clustered up to the front at I believe I heard 10 units per acre, we haven't done that to date, and I don't see that happening.
So I'm going to ask a question to staff, because again, we're all getting used to this new plan that we're working in, and whose case is this?
Samuel,
thank you. Me. How, if this zone if this is approved, then how does that move forward in terms of the management of that land classification so that the plan matches that?
So the land use classification does not necessarily dictate how a development would be implemented. It would be regulated by the zoning ordinance. The current zoning ordinance does not specifically speaks to that 50 to 70% open area. That can be addressed through the UDO that we're talking about, but the PR zone generally has a maximum building coverage of 50% regardless of any land use classification, but nothing specific to this rural conservation area.
Thank you.
Commissioner Midas.
So Samuel, does that mean that what Mr. Murphy said is true, that the development will be clustered into 50% of that lot, of that property?
So the land use language says that generally these areas are preserved, they preserve 50 to 70% open areas. Okay. But this is just a description of how generally these place types are. It's not necessarily anything that codifies the development to be within a cluster in a certain pattern. That would be regulated by the subdivision regulation and the current zoning ordinance.
So because it's planned residential, they're going to have to, will staff require them to just develop on 50%? I'm sorry, I know I'm getting confused.
Samuel, it sounds like, I'm trying to follow too.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is they can kind of, they have more latitude right now, but when we revise or when we come up with a new UDO and subdivision reg, that it may change there, is that right?
So the current zoning ordinance requires building coverage to be limited within 50%, but it does not talk about clustering, or does not talk about areas that needs to be left open. It only talks about that the building cannot cover more than 50% of the site. The language that is specific to this rural conservation place type that is not addressed in our current zoning ordinance, and that can be looked upon with the UDO.
I think Ms. Portier would like to speak.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of piggyback on that a little bit. So it was kind of, we're in an interesting spot right now because we have this plan that's been adopted, but our zoning ordinance doesn't neatly fit it. So we do kind of try to straddle the line between the two. So while the zoning ordinance is what's codified, we do also try to follow the plan. So in the PR zone, there's a development plan component of that. And one of the criteria that we try to follow is consistency with plans, compliance with plans. And so we would look to the intent of the rural conservation. We would look at, for example, under housing mix, it says single-family residential subdivisions shall be clustered in a pattern that preserves 50% or more open space on a given site. So I think that's kind of what Sam's alluding to with that 50% coverage. But we would look to those kinds of things and try to work with the applicant on that.
And I guess what does that mean, to work with the applicant? Let's say, as you say, you're trying to follow.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a fine line. It's not codified. The plan's not codified, but we would try to guide it towards that as much as we could, and hopefully the applicant would be willing to do that. If not, that would be something that we may end up having to put conditions on, or maybe we end up recommending denial depending on how egregious it's not following it, and then you as this body would have to hear that. It's on a case-by-case basis what we'd look at in terms of that development. I don't know if that's helpful.
Commissioner Midas?
So they can do multifamily? Could they? Is that what you,
Yeah,
y'all,
so
were you
the-
talking
the-
about townhomes too? Is that what you?
I guess I was thinking that we were talking about open space. I heard a lot about lot coverage and open space and what's in the plan regarding that. So that's the question I thought that I was answering. So if I'm not accurate, please ask another question if there's
But they
something
could
else I
do
can answer.
multifamily as well, or
So
townhomes?
Yeah,
or-
the use itself is going to be guided by the PR zone, which doesn't specify, uses that aren't allowed for, it allows a myriad of residential uses.
I guess my concern, and I just look at the map and I see so much agriculture and not a lot of develop in that area. And it worries me that we would have to cluster and make this intense use in this area that's so rural. So I will probably be voting against it.
Commissioner Adams?
Two things. One, I agree. It seems like if this case had come through maybe 2 years ago, we would have had a discussion about, is it going to be one dwelling unit per acre or 3? And I feel like now we're having a discussion about 5 or more. That's just my opinion. But the other option, I think that we have, I'm not saying we should do this because I think it is too early with this one, but it seems like since we're in this weird spot with the UDO and the new land classifications, we could rezone this with conditions. And yeah, I'm not saying that we should do that right now, but it seems like in terms of this case and others that are in the county where we're in this weird space until the UDO.
You wouldn't be able to condition the use, but you could condition the amount of open space or something like
Right.
that. But also I do wanted to point out the housing mix that I just read. It does say single-family residential subdivisions shall be clustered in a pattern that preserves 50% or more open space, if that helps, so.
And that would mean that if this was passed and single family was what was built, then it shall be done that way.
Yes.
But they could also, the applicant could also come back with a development plan that has other uses there.
They could feasibly do townhouses or duplexes or any of those other things, in which case we would try to meet the intent of that. That's when we would kind of work with them or whatever.
Yeah,
But if it's
so
single
working
family,
with-
then it shall be.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gill.
Yes, thank you. I guess I have a couple of questions as we're all getting used to this new plan, and obviously we're in between on the UDO, but I did have a question in regards to the urban growth boundary. We've referenced that a couple of times, that this falls within that urban growth boundary, and then we're also having conversations about rural conservation is the land use type, and I guess I'm trying to get some clarity on how we're supposed to interpret what seems to be a little bit I don't want to say it's contradictory, it's just on the surface level appears that we're looking at trying to conserve rural areas, and this is under the urban growth boundary, not intended to be a rural area. I just want to kind of have some clarity on what the intent with that was.
Good question. Would staff, Ms. Portier, would you like?
I mean, I'd say there's a difference in a rural area versus in the growth plan that's designated rural area, and when we're talking about a rural area in terms of how it feels when you're driving through it, it's maybe rolling hills, some large tracts that really aren't developed. That's technically in the planned growth area, but that when you're driving through, you would never know that. You would think it was a rural area. So I think there's kind of a little bit difference maybe in the language that we're using.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to get clarity on, because it's not in the planned growth area. It is very much in the urban growth boundary. So we're just, it seems a little conflicting when we're having these conversations about trying to preserve open space, but this is also an area that's been identified for urban style growth, but we have an RC on it, and the UDO doesn't necessarily support that because the regulations that we have in place will allow for a much larger density or townhomes, and doesn't necessarily require these clustering, which is consistent, but it's not consistent with the place type that we hope to see in that area.
Yeah, so rural conservation is supposed to be placed on ridges and hillsides, along creeks and things like that, and it kind of abuts a ridge, and so I think that's why it's got that designation on it requiring that clustering. So it's kind of clips the bottom edge of that parcel. So, you know, could we have used a finer grain when we're applying that? It becomes really difficult when you're looking at all of the properties countywide, but this one does have the rural conservation requiring clustering along that area.
And I'll just quickly add too that when we look at the infrastructure that's in this area, we wouldn't necessarily want too much density too far in on, say, like Hammer Road and Pine Grove Road, because it's going to take a lot of road improvements and other types of improvements to get to that. So that's probably another reason why the RCs, the rural conservation, started where it did, and the suburban residential was closer to Governor John Sevier Highway itself.
Sure, but again, it's well within the urban growth boundary, so it
Yes,
seems
but-
that we are
but-
signaling to developers that this is where we want them to try to develop.
But there's not infrastructure in all parts of the urban growth boundary.
Vice Chair Huber.
Well, I think it's about as clear as mud at this point, but I agree. I mean, I don't think it's by accident that it's in the rural, or pardon me, urban growth boundary. I do think it's a bit of oxymoron to have some of the rural commercial on it, or pardon me, rural place type. But yeah, I know it's from some of the environmental things with the, maybe the creeks or the ridges and that type of thing. But in looking at this parcel, I mean, honestly, I think it might even have a good chance at being changed from a place type into suburban residential. It does border it. I agree. It's hard because we're going to, looking at zoning this thing at 5 units an acre, but it says we got to cluster them, and people have heartburn with that. Now, I don't know. One gentleman mentioned there's rock and some things like that on the property that you're going to find out later and try to deal with that and work around it anyway. You might cordon that area off and cluster up from there. So I don't know. But I don't think it's by accident that it's in urban. As Mike said, I mean, maybe when you get out past I-40, I would kind of see that as getting into more rural area over there. But being that close to John Sevier Highway and then having an interstate crossing right there, I think it's a fine place to have 5 units an acre. It does have sewer. It's not uncommon in the slightest bit to have the E1 pumps placed on these residential houses. We would live in the valleys and the ridges, and everything doesn't flow downhill, so that's very common. I don't have any issue with that. I think there will be some discussion when it comes to concept plan about this and how staff will view it. But, again, my opinion, theoretically, you could ask for an exception and for it to be reclassified as suburban residential. But that being said, I'd like to make a motion to approve planned residential zone up to 5 dwelling units an acre because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan, subject to one condition.
Second. Okay, we've got a motion by Vice Chair Huber to approve planned residential up 5 dwelling units per acre per staff recommendation, and I heard a number of seconds. Commissioner Levinson? Commissioner Levinson with the second. Let's see, do we have any other? Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I guess this is for engineering. I hear a lot of the opposition saying Hammer Road not being wide enough. Do we have exact plans for how we're going to fix that issue?
The applicant will have to enter into a MOU with Knox County Engineering, and they will have to widen to 20 feet from their entrance back down to John Sevier. So essentially, they will enter into an MOU. We'll bid it out, do the work, and then developer reimburse us the cost of the project.
Okay, we're ready for a vote, right? Okay, so motion is second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, we've got it. Okay, got it. All right. Motion passes. Agenda item 48, applicant AHB Enterprises, Hunter Brewster. Location is southeast side of Crenshaw Road, northeast side of Ottinger Drive, south side of West Governor John Sevier Highway, 3.56 acres. Present plan zoning designation is suburban residential, hillside protection, agricultural. Proposed plan designations is corridor commercial, hillside protection, and commercial highway. Existing land use, rural residential, single-family residential. This will require 2 motions. Staff recommendation: deny the corridor commercial place type because it is inconsistent with surrounding development and infrastructure conditions. Motion 2, deny the commercial the highway commercial zone because it is incompatible with surrounding development and transportation infrastructure. Is the applicant present?
I am Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
Do we have opposition? Okay, we have opposition, and let me go to my list here. We've got Mr. Kaufman. Would you like to proceed or defer, Mr.
I'll defer,
Mullins?
please. Thank you.
Okay.
Evening, Commission. Steve Kaufman, 6729 Ottinger Drive, South Knoxville, 37920. I would ask that you, the Commission, follow the recommendation from the staff to deny for several reasons. Once the zoning is changed, if it is changed in favor of the applicant, and the campers are gone, there's an RV park on this parcel of land right now. After these campers are gone, because of the work that's going on in the area and the pipeline that these folks are working on is complete, the landowner can put in another business on that land, and that would impact the quiet neighborhood that we have. The landowner did not seek the proper zoning or certification for what he has done on this land. Looking at the points that the applicant has made, before I go any further, if you look at your comments, there's 9 folks that have signed up or made comments, all in opposition of the applicant. The proposed amendment here says that it meets the location criteria for commercial corridor. I disagree. Commercial corridor is established less than a mile to the east. That's at a major intersection with, I believe it's down the road, but there's a gas station, there's a light, and all that. The folks that are doing this, the East Tennessee Natural Gas, should have looked and contacted the current RV parks, and there's a current established RV park down the road. There's also multiple extended stays, motels, Airbnbs within a easy driving distance of 20 miles, 20 minutes or less. There are RV parks, one in South Knoxville off Wrinkle Road right here called Quarry Trails, that could accommodate over half of what's on the land right now. There are 2 large RV parks up off of Raccoon Valley, 20 miles away, a 23-minute drive. There is also plenty of, like I said, extended motels, hotels that could accommodate all the transient workers that are here in the area.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Daly?
Thank you. Carson Daly, 7508 Government Farm Road. I'm on this side of the thing now. Thank you very much for Chair, Commissioner, staff for what you do. I know what you do. I know you lose sleepless nights. I was on the Johnsonville Corridor Committee when this started back in 2018, 2019. We are still trying to protect Johnsonville as much as possible. I am a property rights guy, okay? You own property, if it's the correct zoning, you can have it. In this case, this is not the correct zoning. As the gentleman just stated, that this RV park was there illegally. He was told by myself back in the summertime that he could not do it, but he went ahead and done it anyway. Now he's asking forgiveness. Under the corridor overlay, we had discussed putting in, it wasn't in there. We discussed putting commercial at Maryville Pike, Martin Mill, Newber Springs, and Chapman Highway. All that commercial must be filled in first before any other commercial could be even considered. We still got plenty of commercial nodes that's available. This could have been done somewhere else. It could have been done correctly and legally as far as that. So I'm asking you to deny this request, uphold the staff's recommendation, and I'll hold my rest of my time if we have a rebuttal from my friend, Mr. Ben here.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Councilor Mullins.
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. I want to make one thing clear. This isn't a request from the gas company. It's a request from the property owner who was approached by workers of the gas company who already had RVs and were looking for places to park. I've not explored the vacancy rates in these other places, but these are transient workers that are coming into our area because there is a major infrastructure project where they're proposing to build 122.2 miles of natural gas pipeline to transport gas to the Tennessee Valley Authority's Kingston Fossil Plant. Now, Interestingly, I'm opposing a condemnation action on this same gas line for somebody in Roane County on it. So I know it's a pretty major project, and there are lots of workers who are coming into this area. And yes, he did have a flat spot on his property. He allowed people to park there, and then there were some codes violations, and I think even a cease and desist letter. So he started looking at what do I need to do to allow me to use my property this way? And again, all this was before I got involved in this matter. He did have, I believe he did go to planning staff and talk to them about here's what I'm trying to do, here's what I want to do, what zone allows this. And surprisingly, there's not a lot of zones that allow for this kind of transient RV park. The zone that most clearly allows it is this highway commercial zone. And I don't know about you, I've been doing this pretty exclusively for 5 years. I don't think I've ever asked for a highway commercial zone in the county. I don't think it's something that comes up very often. Under our advanced Knox, the highway commercial zone is only allowed, it's only under the corridor commercial. There's not any other place type that it's related to. And the use is a transient mobile home park, provided that a solid wall fence or evergreen hedge is erected and maintained between such use and adjoining residential zone. And so he had a conversation and with planning, and he filed his application for that. And he filed the application. I didn't, and he retained me right before he filed it to help shepherd this through. And I admit this is a tough one because, I think he's trying to do the right thing. I understand concerns of the neighbors, after this use is done, what next? Which got me thinking, that we had a zone in Knox County that would normally accommodate something called a transition zone. Mr. Daly and we had a different case where there was a commercial use that we were trying to establish that a transition zone made a lot more sense. But the transition zone, apparently, I think it used to be allowed in every sector plan that was in Knox County because, it was a kind of a special single-purpose zone. You can get that a site plan developed for a certain type of zone as long as it was compatible with some of those uses. But now it's only related or allowed in the traditional neighborhood or the suburban mixed residential zone. So, I mean, that may be an option if this doesn't work because this gentleman's really just trying to make an accommodation so people don't have to travel so far away and through our county or, hotel costs. Yes, there's plenty of hotels. Hotel costs are going up, and these workers are accustomed to being able to find some place to park, so they keep their costs down and can provide this service. This is a tough one, I admit it. And there may be other options if this is denied that we'll be happy to try to explore, but at least this gentleman has understood, hey, maybe I should have thought more thoroughly on the front end, but he is trying to do it on the back end. And when we're looking at zoning, you're not looking at whether they did something wrong in the past. We're looking at, okay, what's the appropriate use down? What's the best way to accommodate something like this? And that's what we're trying to figure out here. So I understand staff's recommendation, I understand the opposition. I would still respectfully ask that you approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
I completely hear what council is saying and agree, it's not about what happened before, it's what are we doing moving forward? For me, the issue is that we're trying to deal with a temporary circumstance with a permanent zone. And the fact that that zone really doesn't match what's going on there, to opposition's comments, there are other plentiful areas that would be more appropriate, that's in the plan. So it's really, I hope that there's another solution that can be found. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we deny the commercial corridor place type because it's inconsistent with surrounding development infrastructure conditions as staff recommended.
Who did we get the second one? Okay. All right, so we have a motion from Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Midas to deny per staff recommendation. And I see no other lights. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And I'll make a motion
Oh, got another motion here. Let's go with Chair,
deny
entertain another motion.
the highway commercial zone because it is incompatible with surrounding development and transportation infrastructure.
Second.
Staff recommended.
We have a motion related to the rezoning to deny the highway commercial because it's incompatible with surrounding development, transportation infrastructure by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Midas. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
thank you again. 8 years, 7 years on BZA and 8 years on commission, I've learned one thing. Remember this, the zoning goes with the land. It does not go with the owner. And we've got bit quite a few times that we were told that we're going to get this in South Knoxville or in other places, and the property gets sold. Remember, the zoning goes with the land, and that's the most important rule I learned in about 14 years. Thank you all.
Thank you. Agenda item 50. Applicant William Todd Daniel. Location, south side of High School Road, across from its intersection with Rayworth Trail. 18.42 acres. Present plan and zoning designation is suburban residential, hillside protection, low-density residential, and agricultural. Proposed plan designation and zoning, suburban mixed residential, hillside protection for the entire parcel, highway commercial for only the portion of the parcel currently zoned RA. Existing land use, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. This will require two motions. First, staff recommendation, deny the plan amendment to the suburban mixed residential place type because it does not meet the criteria for a plan amendment. And second motion related to the rezoning, deny the neighborhood commercial zone because the location is inconsistent with the intent of the CN zone. Is the applicant present?
I am Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
Do we have opposition? Any opposition? Would you like to proceed?
Yes, I
Councilor
would,
Mullins?
and I think there's a typo in staff's report, in the description. It said highway commercial, but then later it said deny the neighborhood commercial. We are seeking neighborhood commercial on the 1.5 acre portion of it that you can see kind of highlighted, bolded in the black outline. And this one is a very different circumstance than what we're looking at before. The owner of this entire 18.42 acre parcel is Mr. William Todd Daniel. Mr. Daniel is a fellow barrister, works in my building. He's here, but I don't know if he wants me to point him out or not. He owns this property. In the past, you see that little swath of CA zoning. That swath extended into his property to where this 1.5 acres was. It wasn't quite exactly at that same boundary, but he had commercial zoning. He has a son that he thought about building a residence for, which is why in 2023 he rezoned this to RA. Upon further conversations with his son, who I believe is in law school, he thought, instead of a home, this would be a great place for a law office, and I can move out of my building downtown and come down here and have a law office in this neighborhood. And Mr. Daniels actually represents many of the property owners around there, and you'll notice there was at least a dozen letters that were submitted from the immediate neighbors all around there supporting his application. So, there is neighborhood support for this, but then we're trying to, if he kept the CA zoning, we wouldn't be here. He would be able to move forward with a law office with that CA zoning. But since he changed it, now he wants to go back, and we had a conversation with staff. All right, what would be the most appropriate way to try to go back and present some zoning on this property that would make sense under the current plan, or a reasonable a modification or amendment to the plan to accommodate a law office. And again, this one's tough to kind of figure out, but we asked for the CMR place type because there is SMR that's established just a little bit. You can move down a little bit. There's a whole bunch of SMR further down onto High School Road. And so it's something that's already there, and his entire property, even though he has no future plans to develop it, would be appropriate at some point for, a subdivision. I think we all know that eventually large acreage parcels get developed into subdivisions eventually in this area. And so, the SMR is very similar to the existing SR place type, but The difference is it allows considerations for some less intensive commercial uses like neighborhood commercial. A neighborhood commercial would accommodate a law office at this location. It's along a major arterial street, which is, usually where you would want to, not a major arterial, I'm sorry, but minor arterial street, which is somewhere you would usually see. And at some point, it's not now, but at some point it will be at the intersection and the entrance of an existing neighborhood, kind of speaking to the intent of the neighborhood commercial zone in providing, services for existing communities there, here, a law office. Staff did not identify any justification for the change in the plan, but I do believe that it does meet the two criteria required for an amendment request. The conditions have changed. There's existing commercial zoning along High School Road contiguous to this property, currently zoned RA, but that's inconsistent with the SR place type. But there is established SMR place type in this area, and then of course, populations continue to increase, magnifying both the need for additional housing, which the SMR would accommodate, diversity of housing stock, and integration of neighborhood commercial uses near residential developments. SMR would better serve the needs of these changing conditions. It also speaks to specifically the advanced Knox policies that we adopted, policies 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, and 11, and that's all in the packet that I submitted. I mean, existing community character is a mix of low-density and medium-density residential near commercial nodes. Policy 3 is encourage infill redevelopment, underutilization of commercial land, and here this was commercial land and still would be appropriate for that. The SMR would encourage a diverse residential development. That speaks to policy number 4, incentivizing walkable mixed-use centers. While the majority of the housing stock is single-family residential, and here SMR would encourage that diversity. So I think, this is, we're trying to think forward and think for a way we can accommodate a use that he had until he rezoned it last year, and trying to come back and come forward with a use that's compatible with the commercial zoning, but even more compatible with the intent of the plans that we've adopted since then. So I think this is a different circumstance, and I would ask that, despite staff's recommendation, you respectfully approve the request. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commission? Commissioner Adams.
Was there any opposition to this case? No? I looked in public
They were
comments.
supportive.
Yeah, I saw.
I mean, I could be in agreement with this. I don't know what justification I would give, but I would support approval.
Is that a motion?
If someone could
I
give me
think,
a
Counselor,
criteria.
I'm not going to put words in your mouth, and I'm taking them out of his, but I think he did mention, he had an argument that there was.
If you look at the application, there is a nice amendment request form that you have to identify, and you have to meet 2 or more of the following criteria: that there have been changes in conditions, and the proposed changes support the policies, actions, goals, and objectives and criteria of our land use plan.
You can say all that, can't you?
So, reasons given by the applicant's counsel, I guess, would. Yeah.
Chairman Hill,
Yes,
while Commissioner Midas is thinking, can I make another point?
sure.
One of the maps that was up in the case file, not the KGIS map, but the one that showed the commercial zone that abuts this, I'm just thinking about how, like, it doesn't look like that's built out as commercial at this point. But what's being requested here is the CN, which is a softer type of commercial. It almost makes me wonder if that, we typically see commercial become more intense. And I'm curious to see if this happens, if it actually pulls the commercial in a different direction ultimately that it becomes a CN sort of activity.
Well, I understand why you would say that, but I think most things in CN would probably fit in the other zone. Is that not correct? So,
No, I'm saying that it would, you're right, because you
Yeah.
could do CN activities in a general commercial.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if if Commissioner Midas makes a motion to approve this, that by having a CN there, the actual development of that commercial becomes more CN-like as opposed to a larger, more intense commercial. I still may not be saying this well, but
I think I get what you're saying, or maybe I don't, because why wouldn't it do it anyway?
well, it hasn't been developed that way yet.
So you're saying it'll
But
kinda
because someone kind of
be the
sets a tempo.
catalyst.
Yeah, they're a catalyst for like, oh, this is the type of commercial that we're going to see develop here. So it sort of sets a tempo for that. I don't know if that helps your case in a motion making or not, but.
So changing conditions. What would you like to hear,
Well, I think you have to
Counselor
address-
Blakeney?
I think you have to address existing conditions, not so much. Existing conditions are what you need to address more than perhaps what might come.
Understood. I was just giving Commissioner Midas some time to think up what she might want to say.
And we're really asking you to facilitate.
Well, council pointed you to the application materials, and so I will do the same, because if you find those justifications persuasive, then you can rely on those. Those are found on, let's see if I can identify, the amendment request component of the application in your materials. So in that document, the conditions have changed. The applicant points to existing commercial zoning along High School Road, contiguous to the property that's currently zoned RA, that is inconsistent with SR place type, but there is established SMR place type to the southwest of the property. Populations continue to increase, magnifying the need for additional housing, diversity of housing stock, and integration of neighborhood commercial uses near residential development. SMR would better serve the needs of these changing conditions. So those are the types of justifications that would need to be placed into the record if you found those to be persuasive and chose to rely upon them in making your motion. And then if you look, likewise, council and the applicant has cited to policies 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, and 11, which relate specifically to the SMR. Did that help, Mr. Chair?
Could you repeat
It helped me. I was okay before it, but I'm really okay after it, so.
That blew past me. I'd take a shot at it.
You want Vice Chair Huber to take a shot at it?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
All right. I would like to make a motion to approve the plan amendment to SMR place type because it does meet the criteria for a planned amendment. That plan amendment is what Council Blakeney read, conditioned, because the conditions have changed. Number one, criteria for updating the plan. Number one, changing conditions such as surrounding land uses, zoning, uncontrolled natural forces, et cetera. I do believe the conditions has changed. There is existing commercial zoning along High School Road that contiguous to the property, currently zoned RA, that is inconsistent. It's with the SR place type, but there is established SMR place type to the southwest of the property. So I think that's the first one. The second one would be new data regarding trends or projections, population, housing conditions, or traffic growth that warrant reconsideration of the original plan. And I think that speaks to the populations continue to increase and magnify the need for the additional housing, diversity of the housing stock, and integration of neighborhood commercial uses near residential development. SMR is a better use and will serve those changing conditions, as well as noting policy 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, and 11 of the plan.
So your motion is to approve the plan amendment to SMR.
That is correct.
All right.
Are we retaining the hillside protection?
Let's see here.
Per staff recommendation. Is that in there? Well, there we go. The answer is no then.
Well, you'll need to clarify if we
Okay.
want to retain the hillside protection.
I got you. I'm with you now. I see it in there. Proposed plan is SMR mixed use, suburban mixed use, hillside protection for the entire parcel, neighborhood commercial for only the portion of the parcel currently zoned RA of that.
And who seconded that?
Second.
Commissioner Levinson seconded, right? Okay. Everybody know what we're voting on? Yes, this is on the plan amendment. It's on the plan amendment first, then we'll get to the rezoning. So all in favor of approving the plan amendment to SMR, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion on the rezoning.
I'd like to make a motion to approve neighborhood commercial zone because the location is consistent with the intent of the CN zone.
We got a motion to approve the neighborhood commercial zone by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner Anderson, for pointing out the hillside there for me.
52, all right. Agenda item 52, applicant Sandra LLC, location east of Chapman Highway, south and east of White's School Road, 6.32 acres. Present plan zoning designation is traditional neighborhood, hillside protection, low-density residential, and agricultural. Proposed plan designation and zoning is corridor mixed use, hillside protection, and general business. Existing land use, rural residential. Staff recommendation, this will require two motions. Motion one, deny the corridor mixed-use place type because it is incompatible with surrounding land use and inconsistent with comprehensive plan policies. Motion number two, staff recommendation, deny the CA zone because it is incompatible with the intent of the zone and the adjacent land uses. Is the applicant present? Present. Councilor Frost, do we have any opposition? Seeing no opposition, would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Rob Frost, Arnett, Baker, Draper, and Haygood, 800 South Gay Street, Suite 2300, Knoxville 37902. I'm here for the applicant, Sandra LLC. Sandra LLC owns the historic Ben Bauer home at 8710 Chapman Highway. The large home, barn, and two-car garage are located at the top of an almost 6.5 acre parcel that has beautiful views of South Knox County and the mountains. We recently provided to the commissioners and staff photographs of the house, the barn, the garage, and the view that is just beautiful. Sandra LLC's property is accessed through a joint access easement. We also recently provided commission with a copy of the documents regarding that 30-foot wide easement. Sandra LLC is asking for a plan amendment and rezoning to allow a small boutique lodge in the existing large Ben Bauer home that's almost 4,700 square feet. The home would not be torn down. The hillside protection area would be respected, and it would not be cut down. We believe the plan amendment and rezoning is appropriate and compatible for the area. To access the property, one must drive through approximately 650 feet of CA-zoned area. Respectfully, the property is not a traditional neighborhood designation. It's almost 6.5 acres, mostly flat at the top, with very steep and almost certainly unbuildable property behind it. A corridor mixed use was recently approved to the south of the property, and it partially includes the driveway to Sandra LLC's property. Also, there was recently approved rezoning of approximately 100 acres surrounding the Sandra LLC property with a density of 3 dwelling units per acre. We respectfully submit that a small boutique lodge would generate less traffic than if it was developed at the same residential density as the property around it. A small boutique lodge needs CA zoning, and we don't believe there's another parcel within the nearby CA zoned areas that can provide the views and the bucolic area that Sandra LLC has presently. We respectfully maintain that there has been recent changes of conditions to adjoining properties in South Knox County, in terms of the zoning to a commercial zone and residential zone, that the 30-foot wide joint access easement to the property is sufficient to access the property through the adjoining CA zone. We submit that the planned use of the property as a small lodge is very similar to a residential use that would be compatible with the area around it. In conclusion, we respectfully ask your consideration for the plan amendment and rezoning to allow Sandra LLC to bring a nice amenity to South Knox County. Thank you.
Thank you. Commission? Commissioner Midas.
Okay, so at first in looking at this, I was thinking denial because of staff's arguments for it being surrounded by residential, but the more I just looked at like the hillside that surround that area, and I just wonder if, I know that development there is 1 to 3 dwelling units per acre. Is that going to be on that front side of that property? Who was this? Was this Whitney? Who was the staff on this?
Pass out a couple of
Jesse?
pictures off the rear of the property.
Jesse,
I'll
yeah.
pass out copies.
You're asking about the adjacent PR zoning?
Well, yeah, that on the back side of this property. It looks like the development for it will be on the front side. Is that right, Jesse? Like right
I guess
here?
I'm not, are you asking how the property would be developed?
Well, so the argument, the reason for denial was y'all were concerned about the residential area that surrounds that.
That's part of the reason. There's also all of this new commercial zoning along the corridor where it's more appropriately placed, that's underutilized and undeveloped. I'd say one of the main arguments was the comprehensive plans, policy 3 and 2 regarding utilizing, infill, commercial development, and also, as you said, consistent, development that's aligned with the community character.
So is there any way, is there any way we can restrict it to just, development? I mean, just being able to have a use for that house and not have any other development on that piece of property?
My understanding is we can't condition a use.
You can't do that.
No, you can't condition uses in the county.
I mean, I see your point. I mean, it sounds great.
Right,
Yeah.
and I understand what staff's saying about you have the CA zone closer, but this property, I mean, part of its beauty is that it's set back a little bit, and it has those great views, and that it has the woods and everything surrounding it, and you can see the mountains. So that's why, I mean, like I said earlier, if it was rezoned as the same zoning of the adjacent property, it'd probably have a lot more traffic. It'd be developed a lot more than what is being proposed by Sandra LLC.
Commissioner Higgins.
Just question for staff, is there not a maybe more appropriate zoning that could accommodate the use they're looking for?
We would be open to having I mean, at this point, it's a bit late, but a pre-submittal meeting with the applicant on their vision for the property and zoning districts that could be considered. This is what they requested.
Sorry.
Go ahead, no, go ahead.
Would you be interested in maybe postponing and meeting with staff to see if there are other possible scenarios?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I was recently brought on board to help out Sandra LLC, and what they asked to do was to try to proceed today with how they submitted their application.
Commissioner Levinson? You take it back. Commissioner Adams?
I was getting excited that there might be a postponement or another way to do this because not supposed to be thinking about the uses there, but what has been described by council seems like a great thing, but Sandra LLC could go away, and then we have a commercial zone in the middle of a residential zone. So that's the problem I'm having. Not the, planned uses being described or the beautiful views or anything like that. It's that it's this island of commercial that's not intended to be commercial. So I would support a postponement to see if there's another way to accomplish what your client is trying to do. But I can't support rezoning that land commercial.
Ms. Hillman, if you don't want to be put on the spot here, you can just say, this is not the appropriate time to talk about it. But could you share with us some maybe possibilities that staff would ponder to make this fit?
I can say that in the agricultural zone, boarding and lodging can be considered as a use on review. Is that accurate? Mr.
Yes, that's correct. And they could get up to 12 people in the house as a boarding or lodging home in the ag zone. So if that's the use they're proposing, then the ag zone is the answer.
And that would require a plan amendment as well.
It would require what?
A plan amendment to something that would permit.
It's in traditional neighborhood currently,
Okay.
which doesn't allow ag.
Is that also not what this gentleman was talking about? Isn't there a minimum 10 acres requirement, or am I
No,
confusing with something else?
that's for the rural retreat. The boarding home would be a use on review in the ag zone. Boarding lodging home.
So yeah, this could be a conversation, with the applicant to work through the nuances of their vision, and this would be more typical as a pre-submittal meeting.
Commissioner Anderson?
I guess, as much as I like the idea of this and think that Counselor has made some good points, if we're not willing to, or the applicant's not willing to give more time or change this, I think I'd like to make a motion to go with what staff's recommendation is.
I don't vote. I can see the pros and cons of everything. Obviously, my client is interested in having it passed, but, obviously, there's been a motion made. There could be a different motion made, but I will abide by what my client desires, and I might be back, or I might be going to county commission.
All right, we have a motion to deny by Commissioner Anderson, and who seconded that? Commissioner Daly. So we've got a motion and a,
No, it's, no, it was David. It's fine.
okay.
You're the first.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to deny. Commissioner Midas, would you like to say anything else? Or okay.
Nope, I'm good.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's see. Chair will entertain a motion on the rezoning.
I guess she thinks she can pass it there. I'm interested to see if she can.
Motion to deny per staff's recommendation.
We had a motion to deny the CA zone per staff recommendation by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Barger. Is that right? Commissioner Daly. Okay, Commissioner Daly. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 56. Simmons Farm Phase 1, applicant developer Josh Sanderson, location west side of Roberts Road, north of Washington Pike, approximate acreage 74 acres, zoning, planned residential, up to 2 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land. Proposed use, detached residential subdivision, number of lots, 141. Let's see here. Okay, so the only thing that we will be entertaining today is the concept plan and the staff recommendation. Make sure of that. Oh, 2 motions, actually. Motion 1 is the concept plan, approve the concept plan subject to the 13 noted conditions. Motion 2 is approve the development plan for up to 141 detached residential lots, subject to the 2 noted conditions. Is the applicant present? Mr. Sanderson, do we have opposition? We do have opposition. Would you like to proceed or defer? Mr. Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin Murphy, 4508 Murphy Road. I'm here to request that the applicant and this body postpone this item. The applicant has not reached out to any of the neighbors or community leaders in the Coreyton and Gibbs areas. We'd like the opportunity to work with this applicant and the staff to develop a showcase of how to do development in the rural areas of Knox County. This property is located well out in the rural area of the growth plan. It was designated rural conservation future land use in April, which is appropriate. The Coreyton community is known for its open spaces, farmland, and sparse development patterns. I've spoken with neighbors in the Marybin Acres subdivision just to the south of this, the Thompson Farm, as well as leaders of Coreyton Community Club, Gibbs Planning Advocates, and our 8th District Commissioner, and none of them have been contacted by the applicant. None of them are aware that any of the other neighbors or other community groups have been contacted. So as far as we know, this development plan was submitted, but there was no effort made to talk to the community. All these stakeholders I've spoken with are interested in meeting and working with the applicant on a plan to contribute ideas and suggestions and provide feedback. I reached out to the applicant, asked if they would postpone, and I received a firm no response. The planned residential ordinance charges Commission to review the conformity of the proposed development and shall recognize principles of good civic design, land use planning, and landscape architecture. We acknowledge that people need houses that are affordable. What else should you as Planning Commission need to consider? Does this proposal bring additional value to the Coreyton community, a place where the residents that are there place a substantial value on the open farms and pristine landscapes? There's an opportunity here to propose building styles, landscaping, and a layout that complement and reflect the rural heritage of the Roberts Road area. The vision for the property's open space could be laid out in a development plan, and that could incorporate components such as community garden space, forest and timberland conservation, spaces for leases to young farmers, etc. We don't need to, and when you look at that open space plan, we don't need to start from nothing. The Hillside Protection Plan, which the County Commission adopted as advisory, it has an appendix in it, and it contains a model conservation subdivision ordinance. So planning's paid consultants to write a framework for you to look at development plans that would be for subdivisions in the rural conservation area. That ordinance isn't codified, but it sure gives you a framework to have discussion and consider and analyze these plans. So there is an opportunity to revise this and submit a development plan that's an example of what can be done. A showcase of how to do developments in the rural area. A development plan that's considerate of the sense of place that is the Coreyton community. We ask the applicant and this body to postpone this item to allow the applicant, staff, and community to have those discussions, make those revisions, and come back to you with a great plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Sanderson?
Good evening or afternoon, whatever it is. Josh Sanderson, 4909 Ball Road. I have had conversations with the community. We did it right here at the podium at zoning. I had to fight tooth and nail to get 2 units an acre. Y'all witnessed that, y'all are part of it. That's what we recommend to County Commission, that's what County Commission recommended to us, and that's what we proceeded with. I left the county commission meeting. The only person that came up to me was people from Mary Ben, and they said, just do not connect to our subdivision. We said, okay. So if you'll zoom out, you'll notice that there is a perfect stub out that would help us on our concept. We would not have to do the other entrance. We would only have to do one entrance and the Mary Ben entrance, but we granted the immediate neighbors' wishes. This is clustered at 2 units an acre. This is a single-family development, meaning they will not be attached. I'm sure you all have seen the trend of all these attached homes and developments coming in front of you. That's because affordability. Smith Built Homes wants to bring a single-family, affordable community that will be desired by the 25-year-old that's currently living at home because there's nothing in Gibbs to buy at $300,000 or $325,000. That's what we want to do. I don't see any reason to postpone this. We've engineered it, TDEX approved it. I did have to delay this already because we tried to do a traffic study in July. Planning Commission staff said, we want school to be in, so I've already waited for that. And again, asking me to meet the week of the meeting when I got this rezoned 8 months ago isn't fair to the developer. My phone number is all over online. Mr. Murphy knows how to get with me. We're trying to do a community that we think will be affordable and desired. And that's what you have in front of you. And I'd like to proceed, y'all making the recommendation to approve based on staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Commission? Commissioner Adams.
I do have a question about the community outreach. Because I hear what you're saying, that you have done that, but it sounds like your concept of community outreach that you referenced was in these public meetings, that it was not outside of these to gather input. Am I hearing that correctly?
No, I mean, we haven't been offered any input. We haven't been, like, tell me what input you want to do, not, all I've heard Mr. Murphy say are, let's move the development to the back and protect the soil. That is the only recommendation or anything I've heard. Not tying to Mary Ben is the comments. I had direct conversation with the immediate who will be impacted by this development.
I know that, like, we've seen many developments that you have presented, and I know that they have some of the most thoughtful approaches. Thinking about one in specific that you really did put a lot of planning and thinking about how does this make this community a real space and reflect what's around it. It doesn't seem like you've gotten the feedback from the community in a larger way beyond the public sessions. That concerns me because it seems like we do hear a lot from Coreyton about the developments that are happening in their area, and I think they have real opinions. And I'm not sure that the process to this point with the development plan and concept plan in front of us that's reflected there.
But I think you're not hearing from the majority. I think there's a silent majority that wants affordability. You're hearing from a minority that's louder and more organized than the majority. I think there's plenty of people are supporting, signing up. When are you breaking ground on this? They're coming to our open houses now. When you come to Roberts Road, we want Simmons Farm, we want it now. So we're getting the community outreach. It's just not an organized, come out here with signs and everything as a pro-development. No one wants to be pro-development in this atmosphere.
Oh, I'm not against affordability, and I think you are right. I don't think that the community is against that either. You hear on every case, we're aware that there is a real need for housing, and I appreciate that you're trying to put a plan in front of us that is addressing that or speaking to that from your perspective. It just seems like there's some middle space that we haven't touched on. It's not all one or all the other, but there's some place in the middle that might be addressing both of those things that potentially through some additional conversation could be reached. That's my first comment right now. I'm going to keep hearing and listening.
Commissioner Daly.
I will say, living in this area and being on the campaign trail for the last year, this is a huge issue with the community. There was several meetings that I attended that this was top of the list, that they didn't, want this. So I do think, I teeter between the fine line of, yes, we do need affordable housing, yes, we need development, but also we do need to conserve some of our farmland in this area. So for him, I kind of disagree with the applicant as far as there's not a majority of people. No one's out here with pitchforks and signs, but there's definitely, it's on the radar, and people in the community do not want this.
Commissioner Biggs.
I just had a question in the plan here. There's a reference to future development. Is that kind of a second phase of the project that's planned, or what's?
So we're utilizing, where we're saving half the land for future development, and whether that's going to be large estate farms or that's going to be townhomes, we don't know. But our goal right now is, here's what the advanced Knox says, we want the 2 units an acre, so we're going to save the remaining for future development, whether we put estate houses on it or mini farms, people can own a horse or a cow or something. That's what the plan is for that phase.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Overton.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is great. I don't think anybody's surprised that I think that. But what I would say is that I know that change is uncomfortable, and I think that those in opposition, my suggestion might be being more realistic about the area in which we live. This is the 3rd largest metropolitan area in something like the 15th largest state in the country. So it's not like we live in Green Acres. I understand that this is historically rural, and I think, I agree with that we need to preserve some of the rural aspects and character, which is why these are half-acre lots. I mean, that's a big lot in reality. It's a lot of density. I think that opposition, of course, has the right to make suggestions, but I would suggest that those suggestions be more realistic than leasing half of the property for farmland. No developer is going to agree to that, right? And I think we need to do it timely. And I frankly, I think that the community just needs to accept some amount of change because that is our reality. And so I'd like to make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to the 13 conditions listed in staff's report.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Overton to approve the concept plan subject to the 13 conditions, and that was seconded by Commissioner Anderson. Vice Chair Huber, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. I do remember when this came through, and it was an interesting discussion about the new place types, the road width, the availability of sewer. There's one of the neighborhoods right next door is zoned at 3 units an acre and developed out, and there's even a 4 units an acre across the street. But just looking at it, gosh, and I remember nobody wanted to tie to the entrance. That was a big thing. So, I mean, I applaud you for that. But it looks more like 2/3 of it almost is being undeveloped. If you got 75-ish acres and you're on about 25, I think that's the purpose of planned residential zone, where you can cluster it and you can keep that extra land out there for, whatever use it is in the future. But in today's world, you can only put 7 or 8 lots on it, so on 50 acres, so unless something changes in the zone. So I think it's a good compromise, and I would be in support.
Commissioner Overton? Is that your?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's
I
all
was
right.
going to make the second motion.
What's that?
There's 2 motions, but we haven't voted yet.
Okay,
so.
all right. So we have a motion and a second to approve the concept plan subject to 13 conditions. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a second motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 141 detached residential lots, subject to the 2 conditions listed in staff's report.
We have a motion by Commissioner Overton to approve the development plan for up to 141 detached residential lots, subject to the 2 noted conditions, and that was seconded by Commissioner Anderson. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 60, subdivision Pickens Gap Road, applicant developer Heartland Development LLC, location east side of Pickens Gap Road, south of Tarkland Valley Road. Approximate acreage, 85 acres. Zoning is planned residential, up to 2 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land. Proposed use, single-family detached subdivision. 169 proposed lots. And the staff recommendation, this will require three motions. First, staff recommendation, approve the alternative design standards based on the justification provided by the applicant and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works. Motion 2, approve the concept plan subject to 14 conditions. And motion number 3, approve the development plan for up to 161 detached residential lots and 8 estate lots as shown on the development plan subject to the 2 noted conditions. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
If you'll state your name and address, please.
Greg Presnell, 265 Brookview Centerway, Suite 201, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919.
Thank you. Do we have opposition? Any opposition? We do have opposition here. All right. Okay, Mr. Maroney, Darren Maroney?
I'm speaking.
You look like a Mr. Smelser to me.
I am. He asked me to speak on his behalf. He could not be here today.
Okay, all right. Mr. Smelser, would you like to speak? Or do you want to proceed or defer your comments? Defer? Okay.
Yes.
My name is Bobby Smelser, 137 Wrinkle Avenue, Knoxville, Tennessee. That particular area that this is being proposed is been my family's for over 100 years, that area where I was raised at. And as looking at the plan that has been presented here, the 168 homes down to 161 is going to be clustered in about 25 acres is what I can see. And the lot size are 4,200 square feet. Well, city lots minimum is 5,000 square feet, and most subdivision lots are around 7,500 square feet. So I was looking at all this here, and then we had the road issues. That Highland View is actually, if you measure it at 515 Highland View, it's 18 foot wide. The roads are very narrow. And also Pickens Gap is less than 16 foot when you leave Tarkland Valley and heading toward Blount County. Also, I'd like to point out the fact that when you cluster these houses together as they are, there's no sidewalks that's been submitted here. There's no playgrounds for any kids. There's actually no amenities at all that I see here. And there's no dog park, there's no pools, there's no clubhouse. There's nothing to go along with this development. And I've worked around development my whole entire life, and most every development has something to offer the neighborhood that is being proposed. So, I reject, I asked you all to reject this plan for the simple fact that, and I realize, I know something's going to go here. Y'all approved 1 house per acre, and then it was pushed through for 2 per acre. But the concerns is for the land that's around it. And again, I go back to the same thing about, the climate change. We have our major climate changes due to development. And so, I can understand there's going to be a development going there. But, I think the lots need to be bigger. I think that the neighborhood ought to get something besides just a bunch of houses clustered together. And I would like to see something for the community. Someday I may want to move back to my property that I own, the old home place there in Tarleton Valley. I would rather see, nicer homes and a bigger area for the kids to play in this, because right in that area, there are some $500,000 and $600,000 and $700,000 homes that are there, and they're concerned about houses being clustered on a 4,200 square foot lot. To me, that's a little bit insane when the city of Knoxville itself says it's got to be at least 5,000 before you can build on it. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Smelser. Let's see, who else we got? I think that's it. Let's see, did we have another in opposition? Okay.
I signed up late.
What's that?
I signed up late.
You signed up late?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. I'm sorry.
We'll give you, how about 1 minute? Will that
I'll
suffice?
cover
Okay.
it, yes. My only question is, I'm sorry, Charlotte Ott,
Oh,
608.
ma'am, I'm sorry. Can we get your name and address, please?
Charlotte Ott, 608 Inslee Drive, in Knoxville, Tennessee, 37920. But we also own property that's at 0 Pickens Gap Road, adjacent to this development. My question is, comparing the KGIS maps when the the rezoning came, and comparing it to the current one, our property line changes on those two maps. My question is, we had a survey done specifically to align all of our assets prior to this development becoming a part of the conversation. But the current map, if blown up, overlays part of our property line. My question is, can we delay this approval until we can make the two surveys match?
I don't think, I mean, it seems more like more of the legal realm outside of our purview.
Well, if you take it back just a little bit, please. Just a little bit more, okay? The very corner up there, our property line is right there. Okay, that bring it down to the corner. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Right there, the line comes down and all of a sudden takes a left turn. That's my question. Our property line goes straight. It looks like the proposal overlaps that just a little bit. I think we could work it, but I don't want to leave it up in
Yeah,
the air.
and it could be a mapping error.
Pardon me?
I said that could be a mapping error.
If that's the case, that's wonderful.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would,
and it likely is.
yeah, I see mapping errors in KGIS often. It doesn't necessarily line up, but I would suggest getting with the developer and their surveyor and engineer and maybe trying to get some clarity to that.
Okay.
But they should be able to help you with that.
That would be great with me. I just didn't want to leave it, you guys be able to approve something that all of a sudden, when we get down to the nitty-gritty, we lose land over it.
I think the survey actually shows the property lines aligning and not jotting like that.
Right, and we had a survey too, again, before this came up, just to get our ducks in a row.
Yeah, and you may just get the two surveying companies together and make sure they have the same information, because they'll all look for the same benchmarks out of the deeds in the field, so they should be able to tie those together pretty clearly.
So you're telling me to work with him?
Yes, ma'am,
That's
that's it.
fine, I can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to speak?
Great personnel, again, just want to say thank you for your time you've spent up to this point and today as well. We've worked with planning and engineering on all the comments, came up with this concept plan. We are asking for approval of the concept plan. I grew up in this area as well. I went to Dole High School before it was South Dole, so I know the area. I didn't grow up very far from here. That's why we're leaving estate-sized lots on the area. Just to kind of go with that, we're already in discussions about an MOU for Pickens Gap. We realized that it's a little narrow. We had a traffic impact study performed, so we do realize that for this development, but we're willing to work with the county on an MOU on the widening of Pickens Gap. The survey, we have had the survey done professionally for the boundary, and this concept is laid out per the surveyed boundary. So, and we've already talked about that. So we recommend approval.
All right, thank you for your comments. Commission? Commissioner Adams?
Thanks. I just have a question. I think I know the answer, but I admit I'm getting a little tired. So I just want to confirm that the PR, like being able to develop in the PR, asks or basically offers to the developer the opportunity to do some things that are more unique so that they can get some increased density most likely. And when we've had that discussion before, that can be clustering, there are lots of different ways, but am I misremembering that also part of that is that they can also do some things for the development that might otherwise not be possible? And this gets us into like subdivision regulations. And I'm saying this because of what Mr. Smeltzer brought up about there's nothing here, you know, their houses, yes, but is there anything else? And I was looking at the plan and looking for that something else that is an amenity. And I see a mail space, MAIL, but is there anything else? And am I remembering that correctly?
Director Brooks, you want to comment on that?
Sure, I can. Commissioner, I wonder if you're thinking in terms of that community benefit of the plan development process, which is that newer process that was introduced.
I know the difference between the two, but I thought that there was some type of whiff of that with the planned residential.
I think that in the past that there's been encouragement to provide some other type of amenity as part of the planned residential process.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily required, but usually those amenities are for the residents themselves. That's
Right.
typically how they've been developed, yeah.
Right. And so while not required, it's encouraged. We're not really seeing that in this particular development. Yeah, okay.
Okay, Vice Chair Huber.
Yeah, you know, this one is strikingly similar to the last case we just had. I mean, with the acreage and the number of lots, and as well as you're already calling out, I guess maybe 8 estate-sized lots in here, you know, which again, to me, kind of ties to the one we just read. But you know, speaking to what you're saying, I mean, this is a market-driven scenario. I know that lots aren't as big, you know, as Mr. Schmelzer would like to see, but I get this feedback a lot of times when I've talked to people about these things. They're like, well, gosh, I would never live in something with a lot that small. I would never do that. And that's right. But you're not the one that's buying it, you know, and there's a market for it. People really do actually prefer the smaller lots these days. It's less to maintain. Everybody's busy taking Johnny to soccer class and, you know, soccer field and everything else. You know, so I mean, I think it's good. I mean, as an amenity almost, I see a tremendous amount of green space that's being preserved. They're doing the right thing by trying to stay out of the steep stuff and cluster everything on the flatter areas and then just cut the larger areas up into larger lots that are on the steeper side. So I'm in favor. I think there'll be some road improvements that come along with it too, with be required on Pickens Gap, which is certainly needed. But that being said, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the alternative design standards based on the justification provided by the applicant and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Chair Huber to approve the alternative design standards per staff recommendation, and it was seconded by Commissioner Barger. And I see no other lights. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the concept plan, subject to 14 conditions.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber to approve the concept plan, subject to 14 conditions, and that was seconded by Commissioner Barger. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 161 detached residential lots and 8 estate lots for a total of 169 lots, as shown on the development plan, subject to 2 conditions.
We have a motion to approve the development plan for up to 161 detached residential lots and 8 estate lots per staff recommendation based on the 2 conditions. And that was, did I say Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Barger. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That's it. All right, on to 62. Subdivision, 0 Asheville Highway. Location, north side of Asheville Highway, east of North Wooddale Road, approximate acreage, 10 acres. Zoning is planned residential up to 12 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land. Proposed use, attached residential subdivision. Number of lots, 114. Let's see here. This one is going to require 3 motions. Motion 1 is related to the variance. Approve the variance to reduce the K value of Road D from 25 to 20 between stations 0 plus 93 and 3 plus 96.90 based on the following evidence of hardships. We have an A, B, and a C here. A, the property is relatively steep at the location of Road D with a maximum elevation change of 22 feet from the middle of the road to its northern terminus. B, the steepest portion of this property coincides with the location of the request and the topography is unique to the property. C, approval of the variance is not anticipated to be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare because this is a private road with no through connection. The Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works recommends approval of this variance based on the justification provided by the applicant. Motion 2, approve the concept plan, subject to 10 conditions. Motion 3, development plan, approve the development plan for a residential subdivision of up to 111 attached dwellings in the PR zone, subject to the 2 noted conditions. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Drew Staton, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville, Tennessee 37939.
Do we have opposition? We have opposition. Would you like to proceed or defer?
Defer, please.
All right. And we have Mr. John Lamb. Mr. Lamb, if you give your name and address, please.
It's John Lamb. I live at 8001 Asheville Highway, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37924. This property borders mine in the north, west, and the east, and my sister's, mine in the west, my sister's in the east. It's in the middle of our property. This property was all agricultural for years, and now we came in here, this property was sold by my brother probably 10 years ago when he got it in the will. So all of this kind of come up all of a sudden on us. We didn't realize all this was happening. You know, you got 114 houses in here. There are going to be townhouses stacked in there. They're supposedly going to have to make a space on the highway there, which I think is terribly dangerous. Then our property's back behind there. As you can see, the creek back there. The people, you know, kids will be back there on that property. Definitely have to have some kind of retaining fence or something to go around there so those people can't get back in my property. It's my property value probably will go up. Property value there, and I'm sure these guys here are going to have a lot of problems too. It's mostly limestone and shale. My property is mostly limestone. It's really be hard to develop back in there. We've had about, I think, 24 comments from the community saying we don't need this, and it's just something we don't need in this community compared to across the street there from my house, the 245 over here. Yeah, my house is really right across the street there. And that's 245 right there, so you're putting 360 houses in here. So, you know, you take 2 people, that's, 700 people, and then 700 cars. The community, the schools, You know, my grandson, he goes to Carter Middle School. It's tied on to the high school that was built in, like, my mother went to the high school. You know, the high school was built in 1972. The elementary school, Sunnyview, is built in the early 60s. It goes from K to 2. Then you go to Chihuahua, it's built in the 60s. So the roads are all typical country back roads, very narrow. You know, barely 2 cars can pass on them. Of course, these guys here implied they're going to try to widen some of the roads, but as we all know, how long is that going to take? So I just really oppose this plan, and we don't need 360 houses, you know, especially on my side. You know, I'd have to look across the road here. I probably could stand to live with that one, but the one on my property, I still don't want it.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb.
Thank you.
Keith Poveda, did I say that right? Close enough?
Poveda. Well, it's good to be in front of you to have the opportunity to speak. Certainly, my name is Keith Poveda, 330 Cash Road. I don't think you'll find significant opposition to supporting growth in Knoxville. I think as John has shared, what we're looking for is managed growth. There is a large high-density subdivision going in at Neal's Landing, just several hundred feet down the road from this proposed. Breakable Road also has high-density housing going in there. The issue that I see with this is location. This is good to add housing to Knoxville. This is an absolutely wrong location. And I'm going to move through this as quickly as I can here, all right? So we're looking at 111 homes, at least 222 cars if you have 2 people living in the homes. I don't know how the calculation came up to only 25 students being added to the school, but I think the point I'm trying to drive at here is that the underlying data is not providing the commission with the perspective that they need to make a sound decision. So we're also asking, for consideration of a deferral, 60 to 90 days, so that the community can prepare additional information for the commission to review. But I'm going to do this in hopefully a minute and 12 seconds here. All right, from a transportation perspective, there is an issue with the AM and PM rush hour traffic patterns that result from this. That's acknowledged already in the traffic study that was done with regard to the current traffic conditions. Adding, 111 to 222 cars is going to make that, significantly worse, and it'll be somewhat reminiscent. If anybody here remembers the Alcoa Highway of the late 80s, early 90s, that's where this development would take us. Definitely not good from a traffic management perspective. What I really want to drive at here is the total impact to the community as it pertains to safety. I'm going to bookend to the left and to the right of this proposal. You have Neal's Landing, and up to the right you have Ruggles Ferry. That corridor is subject to dense fog frequently throughout the year. And I noticed in the traffic study there was a reference to only, I think, 1 fatality in 2021 or something like that. And I think, again, that's where the underlying data is not accurately reflecting the conditions, because there's accidents that are non-fatal all the time. I have pictures of 2 that just took place in the last 2 months, and it's something that would be compounded significantly if there were 222 cars injected into Asheville Highway on the upper end of a hill that's blind to those people exiting from this proposed development.
Mr. Poveda, if you could wrap up, please. We're out of time.
Sure. So, short and sweet, what we're looking for here is at least a delay so the community has time to prepare additional information for the committee's consideration. If not, we're asking that this be denied or reclassified so that it's RN1 or RN2, so that we don't create a safety hazard. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, would you like a minute?
30 seconds, please. Thank you. Kevin Murphy, 4508 Murphy Road. The overlying place type here is corridor mixed use, which It does have some standards for walking. It says that there should be, the place type says that streets should promote a walkable setting with short block lengths, wide sidewalks, and street trees. And I looked at this development plan. There's no sidewalks or street trees. That seems like something very simple that should be included according to the place type. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, Drew Staton, PO Box 11315, Knoxville, Tennessee 37939. Again, appreciate the neighbors coming out to voice their concerns, especially this time. I know it's a pain. Here to answer any questions. These are private roads, and there might be some misconception on the front. Heard that was going to be open area. That's not. We're going to put a large tree buffer there. But I believe that's a condition. Mr. Reynolds can correct me if I'm wrong. And then I'm not quite sure sidewalks make sense here. I think that could create more damage, but that is something that, again, these are private roads, and whoever does end up buying these townhomes, something that HOA could do, just like with whatever they would do with the common area in the middle, which is about an acre of grass. And it's not detention, it is an actual acre of grassland versus just labeling it common area and stormwater. So I can answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
I'm just seeking clarity again about the place types and the comments that Mr. Murphy made about trees and sidewalks, and the applicant saying that whoever buys these can put in sidewalks. Like that's not the typical order of how things work. So my question is just what is required?
You know, as I've said previously, we have a new plan that has new place types, and that lays out a clear vision of what the community wanted. We have that challenge because we have a dated code, not just our zoning code, but also our subdivision regulations, and that's why we're undertaking a unified development ordinance to make sure that the regulations that we have align with that plan. So right now, there's a gap in terms of what is required. Does that make sense?
Yes, it just seems like I'm trying to figure out how to fill that gap. Like we have the goal. If the plan, I'm going to borrow your plan. The plan is the goal with all the place types and everything, but we have no UDO to back up components of that, and we won't have that for a while. So I appreciate hearing from the community, like, hey, this is what we've said we want in here, and how we as the Planning Commission struggle to help bridge that gap without the teeth of the actual ordinance. Because this doesn't, developers are developing, we've got to do stuff, so I'm sympathetic to all of that. I'm just trying to figure out a way to feel okay about voting for things when we've got competing concerns.
And what I said doesn't preclude you all from having that conversation and having discussions about additional conditions of approval. The only thing I'd maybe give you a bit of caution on is the sidewalks, because there's a very specific policy that the county has related to sidewalks.
Commissioner Barger.
I just want to speak to opposition briefly. I feel you guys. I grew up on a 50-acre horse farm, and the city grew up around me. But I do think that there is a huge need for this type of housing in that particular community. And I hear about the county roads being small, but it does empty onto Alcoa Highway, which is a major 4-lane, thoroughfare. And Asheville Highway. And I lost my train of thought.
That's okay.
It's past my bedtime.
Mine too. All right, Vice Chair Huber.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I mean, the property's zoned 12 units an acre right now. I mean, in like an earlier one, I don't think it's a mistake that it's actually in the urban growth boundary. I mean, it's designed, with these new plans that we just adopted and worked on for years and years to try to concentrate density in certain areas, and especially within that urban area. You've got a divided highway. As I was looking at the concept plan, it looks like, they're going to have an entrance across the highway, extra turn lane, to help with that traffic. I don't know what the traffic count is on Asheville Highway right now. I'm sure it's pretty high. But overall, I think it's exactly what we were looking for, from trying to house people and, get that type of thing done. With that, I'll go ahead and just make the motion since we're rolling with it. I will make a motion to approve the variance. Is that where we're going to start?
Yes.
Approve the variance to reduce the K value of Road D from 25 to 20 between stations 0 plus 93 and 3 plus 96.9 based on the following evidence of hardship. Did you read those?
I read those for you, yeah.
I will, thank you, as were read by the chair.
So we've got a motion to approve the variance per staff recommendation, and that motion was given by Vice Chair Huber and seconded by Commissioner Levinson. I hear one voice over there. Okay, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to 10 conditions.
Okay, you guys are messing with me now. Okay. All right. So we had a motion on the concept plan, approved concept plan subject to 10 conditions by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I have a question, but it's okay.
Okay. Any opposed? Motion carries. Question?
The question, it's going to be this case and many others, I predict, but in terms of, we were hearing about trees and sidewalks as being issues that don't match in terms of the ordinance and the place type, correct? Yeah. So in sidewalks, there's a specific county ordinance, and I understand that. Trees, there's not. And my question is, this is looking forwards for what staff can do in their dialogue with applicants when they're submitting these, just raising those concerns that, this is one of those places where these things don't match, and the encouragement to address those. I know it's not a requirement, but I'm just asking if that is something that already happens now, or if it's something that could happen in the future.
I think that, Commissioner, there's definitely those conversations happening fairly early on, typically even at the rezoning stage. But definitely we can do more of that as we move forward over the next year. I will say with the landscaping standards, we do have guidelines on landscape buffers, and you all discuss those on a regular basis, and you see those as part of our recommendation. So we do try to be proactive in encouraging that.
Okay, so we voted on the concept plan. Now we're down to the development plan. Okay, so Chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the development plan for a residential subdivision of up to 111 attached dwellings in planned residential zone, subject to 2 conditions.
We have a motion to approve the development plan per staff recommendation for up to 111 attached dwellings, subject to those 2 conditions by Vice Chair Huber, and that was seconded by Commissioner Levinson. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's see. Agenda item 63. I don't want to scare anybody off, but it's going to require 7 motions here. Subdivision, Ebenezer subdivision. Scott Smith is the applicant developer. Location east side of Ebenezer Road, north of Rosemont Boulevard, 33 acres. Zoning is planned residential up to 4 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land. Proposed use, reduction of the peripheral setback along the north property boundary, modification of the temporary turnarounds, and additional stormwater retention pond. Number of lots, 106. And this will require, looks like 4 variances. Yeah. Alternative design standard, county, let's see, Knox County, what's that?
I'm just trying to help you. There's 4
Yep.
alternative designs.
Yep. And then the concept plan be motion 6 and the development plan motion 7. So bear with me while I recite these. Go ahead.
If you want to call on a staff member to describe the reasons why the variances were recommended, then you can do that as well. You don't necessarily.
So you want me to torture them instead of torturing them?
I'm just saying you can read it word for word, or you can call on them. I'm just giving you options.
Okay, all right.
So happy to read them.
Mr. Reynolds, would you like to give us reasons for the variances?
Sure. The variances that are requested deal with the turnarounds at the end of Road A and Road B. They are requesting a different turnaround type than required by the subdivision regulations, which is a cul-de-sac. These are temporary turnarounds, but the cul-de-sac will still be required. They're requesting a T-type turnaround, and then, so that's one component for each of those. The other part of it is increasing the maximum grade through the turnaround, and that's in both cases. So variance 1 is for the T turnaround at the end of Road B. The T turnaround will still be required to meet AASHTO standards for a emergency vehicle. They will also be utilized for stub streets, going to the adjacent properties. The granting of the variance won't be a problem with, or won't be detrimental to public health and safety because it will still provide the turnaround as required. Variance 2, dealing with Road B again, allows the existing road or the proposed road grade to continue through the turnaround, so it would make an easier transition to the property to the north. There is no concern with functionality of the temporary turnaround with the increased grade. So that will help with topography and grading in the future, as well as part of this proposal. Variance 3 is for the same reasons for Road A. They are requesting the T turnaround on Road A. It'll provide the same connection to the future properties to the north, as well as the increased grade through the turnaround to 11.75%, which will reduce grading because of the topography on the site, both for the current installation and for future extension onto the adjacent property. Staff is recommending approval of variance 1 and 2, and denial of variances 3 and 4.
Yeah. Director Brooks, why don't you read 5?
Motion 5 is for alternative design standards. Approve the alternative design standards based on the justification provided by the applicant and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works. Motion 6 is approve the revision to the concept plan of Ebenezer subdivision 60 SD 24C, subject to the 3 conditions. And motion 7 is approve the revision to the development plan to reduce the peripheral setback from 35 feet to 15 feet along the northeast boundary as shown on the development plan, subject to 1 condition.
Thank you both. Is the applicant present?
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
All right. Any opposition? Any opposition? You may proceed.
We understand staff's recommendation. They recommended approving the temporary turnaround on Road B. They recommended denial for the temporary turnaround on Road A after consulting with Mr. Reynolds and Engineering Public Works about how we can lay out that cul-de-sac on Road A. We are in complete agreement with staff's recommendation and would ask that you approve.
Commission. Commissioner Barger.
I hate myself for this. I make a motion to approve the variance to allow a T turnaround in lieu of a cul-de-sac on Road B per concept plan
And you don't have to read all of it. You can say,
To the
based on
listed
Mike Reynolds.
conditions.
Huh?
To the listed conditions
Okay,
per Mr. Reynolds.
yes. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Anderson to approve variance number 1. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the variance to increase the maximum grade, the T turnaround of Road B from 10% to 13.8%.
We have a motion from Commissioner Barger to approve variance number 2, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I make a motion on variance 3 to deny the variance to allow a T turnaround in lieu of a cul-de-sac of Road A, leaving in place the previous approval of a temporary cul-de-sac because the conditions regarding the uncertainty of this road being extended in the future have not changed. Huh?
We have a motion by Commissioner Barger to deny variance 3 and seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to deny variance 4, deny the variance to increase the maximum grade through the T turnaround of Road A from 10% to 11.5% based on the recommendation for variance 3, leaving in place the previous approval to increase the road grade through the cul-de-sac on Road A to 11.75%.
We have a motion by Commissioner Barger to deny variance number 4, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the alternative design standards based on the justification provided by the applicant and recommendation of Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works.
We have a motion by Commissioner Barger on the alternative design standard, motion number 5 to approve, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the revisions to the concept plan of Ebenezer subdivision 6-SD-24-C, subject to the listed 3 conditions.
We have a motion by Commissioner Barger to approve the revisions to concept plan of Ebenezer subdivision, subject to the 3 noted conditions, and that was seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Make a motion to approve the revision to the development plan 6H24DP to reduce the peripheral setback from 35 feet to 15 feet along the northeast boundary as shown in the development plan, subject to the 1 listed condition.
Motion by Commissioner Barger to approve the revision to the development plan to reduce peripheral setback from 35 feet to 15 feet along the northeast boundary as shown on the development plan, subject to the 1 condition, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
Commissioner Barger and Commissioner Anderson.
And I'd just like to say I'm very glad we postponed agenda item 72, the gas station in Concord. So we don't have to talk about that tonight.
All right. Agenda item 64, 7803 Sevierville Pike, Masana Investments LLC, south side of Sevierville Pike, east of Basilfield Drive, 11 acres approximately. Zoning is planned residential up to 3.5 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, agricultural, forestry, vacant land, multifamily residential. Detached, proposed use is detached residential subdivision, 34 lots. Proposed 34 lots. Subdivision variances, looks like we have 3 variances. We will need a motion on an alternative design standards and a motion on a concept plan and a motion on a development plan. So in all, 6 motions. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Drew Staton, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville, Tennessee 37939. Appreciate your time.
Any opposition? Any comment?
Respectfully request the approval per staff recommendation.
Commission?
Got this. Here we go. Make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the K value from 25 to 20 between stations 5 plus 95.37 and 8 plus 08.10.
Oh, wait a minute. Director Brooks, wait just a minute.
You can articulate the reasons.
Okay.
Either way, you just got to get in the record. Yeah, it's
I got to read them all.
Go ahead.
Son of a seahorse, okay. A, the steep topography through the middle of the property causes deviation with the vertical curve. B, the required access from Sevierville Pike and narrowness of the lot causes the roadway to go through steep topography. And C, the granting of the variance will not be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare because the shortened vertical curve meets American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials standards.
Okay. Did we get a second? Commissioner Overton gave us a second, right? Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Overton on variance number 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to decrease the distance between broken back curves from 150 feet to 95 feet between the stations 6 plus 30.69 and 7 plus 26.46. A, the property shape is irregular as it narrows from north to south, causing the roadway to go through steep topography. B, the unique condition to be considered includes the proposed road following the shape of the property. And C, this is a dead-end road with low volumes of traffic, and the variation is not great enough to cause detriment to public safety, health, or welfare of the public, nor would it be injurious to other properties in the neighborhood.
So we have a motion on variance 2 by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Overton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to reduce the K value from 25 to 20 at the intersection of Road A and Sevierville Pike. A, the entrance to the subdivision has steep terrain. B, the required access from Sevierville Pike and narrowness of the lot causes the roadway to go through steep topography. And C, the granting of the variance will not be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare because the variation is at an intersection. The stop condition causes low speeds.
We have a motion on variance 3 by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Overton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the alternative design standards based on the justifications provided by the applicant and the recommendations of Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works.
We have a motion by Commissioner Barger on, where am I? Motion 4? Yeah. Motion 4, alternative design, seconded by Commissioner Overton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to the 5 listed conditions.
We have a motion by Commissioner Barger on the concept plan to approve subject to the 5 conditions, seconded by Commissioner Overton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 34 houses on individual lots as shown on the development plan, subject to the 1 listed condition.
We have a motion by Commissioner Barger to approve the development plan for up to 34 houses on individual lots as shown on the development plan, subject to 1 condition, and that is seconded by Commissioner Overton. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll move to the workshop. We're adjourned.